Okay. We had to fix something real quick. The computer has decided, or did decide, and it's still incorrect. Alright, so the computer had decided to turn my mic sensitivity way down. Like my mic was on and it wasn't picking it up at all. So, welcome, we are back, because it is Tuesday. Get that pointed correctly. Okay, so because it is Thursday, we are on Dungeons & Dragons Online again. Which is great, because last week we hit level cap. And this week, that means that we are reincarnating. And because they have fixed the lag issues, or at least they've gotten past the terrible lag issues that they were having after they did the transfers. What's audio on that? It might be a little loud. We'll adjust as needed. I bought Lamortia. So we're going to be trying out the Dark Bargainer iconic. And the thing about that is, I remember seeing stuff about it when it was on the test realm, but I never really looked into it further. So, besides being a warlock that also has undead things to it, I don't actually know anything about it. So, we do have, because it's iconic and this is important for past life tracking, I did check my past lives to be like, okay, do I have a warlock past life available? And the answer is yes. I've only done warlock once in a past life. So we can do the iconic without like wasting a past life of already having warlock. So we are going to log out and reincarnate, and we are going to figure out this build as we go. Now, because I know it's warlock, and I've played a decent amount of warlocks, there are certain things that aren't going to be too important. Like, I know that I am going to have certain things. Like, I know what main stat I'm going to use. I know that I'm going to take the mostly metamagic feats. So, this is sort of the stuff I'll know. What I don't know is I don't know anything. What do you mean unlock? I already unlocked this. Did my purchase not go through? Time to check email. No, it says that I bought it. Why is it not on my account? Let's check something. Alright, so it says I have down here. Let's double check the listing. Which tier of Lamortia? The Ultimate Fan Bundle, because that's the one that's supposed to have the iconic. And that's what the receipt says as well, which is why I'm surprised that it is not here. Because it's supposed to be here on that tier. Also, welcome in, Comet. Or maybe the unlock icon is actually incorrect, and I actually have it unlocked, and this is the bug. That is actually showing that I have to unlock it when I don't. We're going to go forward with that assumption. Okay. Max Charisma. We'll go 16 con. It's very odd that they start off with an odd number here. Throws off putting in points to stuff. We'll get another skill point. Sure, why not? Yeah. Okay, so we will take UMD. We will take Spellcraft and maybe heal? Well, no, I'll put the standard one in Perform, one in Tumble, just to unlock them. Oh, right, there are the Dark Gifts. I remember reading these like when they were first released on the PTR, but I remember there being a lot of back and forth on what they should be and what they could be and which ones are bad and which ones are good. So I don't think the ones that I read are actually the final versions. So let's see. Echoing Soul. Your soul is fractured, shifted, or connected to another in some way. Gain 3 to all skills plus an additional blah blah blah. Alright, so lots of skills. And saving throws. And then hard CC, no save, 6 seconds. Okay, probably not. Yeah, +1, aha, yes. Alright, form of pain. Cursed to be prone to all manner of damage, but with the ability to withstand it. So we gain PRR and MRR. When you take damage, your body changes and you gain the form of pain effect, which grants... Huh. Okay. Interesting. So you get stacking resistances, but also stacking cripple effect plus spell point cost. Well, that's better than Echoing Soul. So that's... So this is the winner so far out of 2. Living Shadow. Acting out your Dark Impulse, nearly doubling your range with melee weapon attacks in the front arc. That's very strong. What's the downside? There's a strong chance when you critically hit a target that the shadow drains you briefly, reducing your damage by 15% for 6 seconds. I don't think I'm planning on doing melee. I think I'm going to go with a kind of a blaster thing, most likely. At least I didn't set up my stats to do melee, because I didn't get the prerequisites for any fighting styles. I don't have enough strength for a big two-hander. I didn't take balance for single weapon fighting, and I don't have enough dex for dual weapon fighting. So, yeah. Let's see. Your soul has touched something beyond your pain. I'm like, worst case scenario, I end up not using any Dark Bargain or stuff, and I just go a standard blaster with one of the blaster trees. Because if I recall correctly, the tree they lose is Enlightened Spirit. And I can use the other 2 trees and do a normal blaster fine if I've messed up the other things. Okay, Minion of the Eldritch. Alright, so this is an active one. You pop it for spell power and spell damage. I wish it told... Alright, so when we use it, there's a chance that they're like, stop bothering me, and just smack you. The chance increases each time you use this ability between rests. What is the... How bad is that? Is it like bad personal weather that we had with Wild Mage? In which case, it's like instant death? Or, tricky. Mistwalker. Trigger this ability. Alright, so it's a leap. We do like leaps. Briefly gain +3 to reflex saves and a stacking bonus to incorporeality defenses. Shares cooldown. With a chance to be exhausted. So yeah, the problem is, if I'm using a leap, it's probably because I need to get away. And getting exhausted when you need to get away is a bad idea. Okay, so this is the one I think that most people had as the safe one, because it has no drawback, really. Or it has a limited drawbacks if you're in undead form. It's like, okay, so you get negative spell power and negative healing amp, but you lose positive spell power and healing amp, which if you're mostly soloing, so no one, and you're healing with negative, then there is no downside to this. And then, alright, so we have web stuff. Offensive spells occasionally cause webs. And then there's a chance that you will get webbed. Okay, so I think our options here are Touch of Death, or Form of Pain, or Mistwalker. And I think we're just going to go with Touch of Death. Alright, what's our class feat? Oh, for some reason I thought I was locked into the Dark Powers Pact. I can pick any of these? That's interesting. You can remain in their favor. This will allow you to manipulate the mists. You know what? Sure. I haven't done it before. I've done most of these. I know I've done these 4. I don't think I've done Abyss, but I might have done Carceri Storm. And then for our normal feat, we'll go down and we'll grab Maximize. So it's not negative, it's evil, which is much better, because evil actually affects undead. Okay, so we can get 1 spell. We'll grab Shield. Okay, so alright, so we're going to relog and see if, by relogging, it has figured out that we do, in fact, have access to this. So let's try this again. Because I have a receipt in my inbox that says that we bought it. And it says that we bought the right version. Also, I will say it's very annoying. I guess it does warn you earlier. But it is kind of annoying that you get to the very end and then it's like, all the selections you just made, you're going to have to remake them if you don't buy now. It's like, oh. But it did have the thing earlier on where it was like, hey, you don't have access to this. And I was like, oh, that's odd. I wonder if it's a bug that it says that. Because I didn't expect it to let me move forward. But I can see the reason why it might let you do that. Because it's just like, well, why would I want to buy it if I don't know what it is? So it lets you go forward and see the different abilities and such beforehand. So that you're like, okay, yeah, I would like to do this build. Ah, there we go. I needed to bounce the client. Alright, fortunately, we remember what we did. Reflex saves. Right. UMD. Spellcraft does it include evil? Positive, negative, sonic repair, and rust. Yes, so spellcraft does include evil, so we don't need to do the thing like where we get heal in order to get negative that other people that might need negative would do. Right, so which one did we go for? Touch of Death? Touch of Death. And then we went for meta magics, we went for maximize, and then for class feats, we decided to go with dark powers since we haven't done it before. And then we went with shield. Next, true neutral. Excellent. And now we get to figure more things out, because I haven't looked at trees at all. Alright, what is the command? UI, layout, load. There we go. It doesn't fix the map, though. The map shrinks to its original size every time. Okay, accept Warlock training. Next level is a Warlock. Alright, so we're just going to do normal things. We take Spellcraft, we take UMD. We don't need jump because we'll be casting jump. What are our class skills? We can do bluff as a class skill. Oh yeah, we'll grab concentration. It's not that important, but might as well. We will grab jump as a just generally good buff to have. So concentration. Alright, yeah, we'll grab Arcane Initiate. Just good to get DCs. More Charisma, of course. And what's another one we'll get? Do we want Bluff? Sure, we'll get Bluff. Warlock feats. Alright, what do we get? Will saving throws. Alright. We'll grab Blur. Blur is just a solid all-around skill. Okay, wait, why didn't... I hit the wrong button and it's like, Wild Mage training. No. We're not doing Wild Mage training. Alright, Lesser Death Aura. Got it. Okay, and we'll go back to Empower. And then class feat should be at the bottom. There it is. Mist Favored. Your Dread Mist damage increases by 1d3 per caster level. This increases to 1d4 at character level 12. Okay. So, UMD, Spellcraft. All right, level 3, Displacement. Oh, excuse me. All right. So, more Charisma. More of that. All right, another Will saving throws. More level 2. Let's not get Sleet Storm. We could get Protection from Energy. We'll grab Invisibility as just a generic thing. Okay. UMD, Spellcraft, Concentration. Okay, I think we get Quicken this time. Quicken. And then Negative Energy Burst. Alright, so our pact damage is evil. So right now we have Force, we have Evil, and we have Negative from our pact spells. So our pact damage is evil, and our pact spells are negative. Okay, so we're going to drop points into Swim. Mostly to stick them off to the side so I can make this easier in a minute. More pack damage, resistance of dark powers, sonic resistance. I don't know why sonic, but sure. Tentacles. Tentacles always a good pickup. And let's see. D-Door. More Charisma. Bluff. Concentration. Spellcraft. UMD. Okay. Wait, Paragon's Aegis. Ah, Magic Resist. Yes. Okay, so now we have another feat. And the thing is, I don't know what to grab here. Oh, that's right, we could grab a Spell Focus. Blasts are always evocation, I believe. Yes, treated as an evocation spell. So we don't want any martial things because we're going to be blasting. So I think we'll just take... So So we really have two options. We can do Spell Focus, get Evocation, or we can go the Mental Toughness route. I think we're going to grab Evocation. The other option, of course, would be Necromancy if I thought I was going to be doing DC casting. I don't currently think I'm going to be doing DC casting, but I could be wrong about that. And let's see. We'll get Mass Protection. Okay, so Bluff, Concentration, Spellcraft. Warlock Feats, Death Aura. Very nice. Oh, you know what I should get? Because I have the Death Auras, I should get Extend Spell. So that it actually lasts a decent time. Let's see, I think I got Mass Protect already. But there's really not very much good here at level 4. Dismissal, Flesh to Stone, Hold Monster, like single target Hold Monster is just not very compelling. I can get Teleport, I guess. Okay, so this is our last level. Max out on those. And then we'll get the Meta Magic to extend the duration on our spells, because it is extend, right? Yes. Because the Death Auras don't last very long. And Call on the Mists. Enemies in a small area who are currently affected by Dread Mist must make a saving throw of this plus Necromancy bonus or be... Alright, so it's an insta-kill if they're in mists. Okay, we got starting gear. How good is their starting gear? Aha! And this is something I found interesting as I've been going through these different iconic lives. Is that some iconics start with spell components, and some iconics do not. Why it's one way for some and one way for others, I do not know. What is this? Oh, that's right, light armor. So we're just going to put on our gear set, and then we're going to look at it, and then we're going to replace it, is basically how this is going to work, because I have decent gear. Okay, so we have a Force Sickle. And... oh, ooh. I don't have a Force Sickle. I have two Force Sickles, one of which is crit and one is spell power, which is... awful. Awful. Any decent weapon is going to have both at the same time. So, let's look at a couple things. Our trees. Reaper points are easy, because, well, Reaper points, I already know where I'm going to put them, because I've been a Warlock before. And we have enough points that where to put them is basically everywhere. And yeah, we'll get physical, we'll get reflex saves, because they're the most important. And this is just for health padding. We really do not care. But, we'll get strength. Dex would be better for getting a couple extra reflex saves, but I like the ability to not get, like, overburdened or slowed or anything. Did I mess something up? I could have sworn that... Let me check something on the wiki. Okay, alright. They don't lose a tree. This is an iconic, not an archetype. It has all the normal trees. We start with... we're purely normal Warlock as far as our enhancement trees go. We just have a weird racial tree. Alright, weird racial tree. We're gonna put Feydark over here. Okay, what do we have? 1 to attack while performing sneak attacks. Okay. And we'll get Charisma. What are the other abilities? 1 to pack dice, yes. Okay, Dread Mist. Everything else seems to use the mists, so maybe getting that is a good idea. What is this? Your Vampiric Bite now applies 1 negative level. Seems useless. Choose between drinking in life or death. Positive healing amp or negative healing amp. We'll take the negative healing amp. This is our Become Undead. Yes, alright, so that's our undead form. How many racial points do we have left? 7? Okay. When you are considered undead, your Vampiric Bite heals you for negative energy instead of positive? Maybe. Rush of Bats. Okay, so we have a leap. We have magic resist and magic resist cap. We don't need that at this level because we're in light armor, not robes. We have dodge. We have enemy in touch range. This seems like a relatively strong nuke, but it's in touch range and it's single target. Okay, I don't plan to use any cowering. Now, a lot of this is directly talking about like WoW leveling. Like maybe if I were doing harder difficulty stuff or something, it would be different. Eldritch Essence Stance. Eldritch Blast dice, +1 pack die. While using focused or enervating Shadow Blast shapes, they heal you. Alright, so while using focused or enervating shadow, so focused is the default, enervating shadow is this one. Alright, so basically while using your single target blasts, Eldritch Essence Stance, not Blast Stance, so it can go at the same time. So basically, while you're single target DPSing, you heal yourself continuously. Which seems pretty neat. This seems like these two should be linked, because this says do stuff when you use Rush of Bats, and this is Rush of Bats. So the fact that you can take this without this is kind of weird. So we'll take those two. I don't know about Rush of Bats. Or Fearsome Countenance. So maybe we just take Dodge or Magic Resist. Living corporeal enemies in a small area around where you finish your Rush of Bats are bitten by the bats, causing them to bleed. Interesting. Scales with melee power. While you have Embraced Death toggled, which is this, yes, okay. Okay, so we gain spell power, 10 spell pen, which is a lot. Crushing Dread. Target enemy at touch range takes a bunch of caster level, and if they're inside... Okay. If it's Coward, Living, and Corporeal, then you get an insta-kill on your bite. Alright, so I think one thing I need to do here is I need to look at my class feats and figure out what this all is. So, alright, we're gonna take our meta magics out onto bars. We should put all of our feats on bars, really. So, racial feats. Dark Bargain. Alright, Vampiric Bite. What is this exactly? You bite target creature at touch range, dealing piercing damage for character level. It scales with melee or ranged power. Okay, it's already on our bars here. And then we have our Warlock class feats. So we have... Alright, so we need to turn our Pact on. And we need to have spells to drag out. Okay, so if I want to play like as a normal kind of blaster Warlock, I have 2 action points to spend. We put 1 here, and... So this is basically a follow-on to this, because like you cower them and then you insta-kill them. Basically having to do 2 things, like having a 2-step process to insta-kill something feels slow. We'll grab that just in case, just because it feels more interesting to play with. So I think we're going to do our normal thing, which is that we come here, we grab this, we grab that and that. We are high enough level that we get our run speed. We can grab those. Alright, so we're going to get our T5s over here, because these T5s are not good. Or not as good, I should say. But we are going to need to find a balance. Okay, so we grab these. Grab that, we grab that, we grab that. And, okay, except we need 1 more point to get up here. This is 2? It is 2. Okay. 1 more there. Then, let's just say we only take wave for now. What can we get over here? We want our blast dice. We want our temp health. We do want... Oh, interesting. These are both essence stances. So we can either double dip on evil by going utter dark. So we get, so our main dice is evil and our pact dice is evil, which lets us have much simpler gearing. Or we can be in this stance where our main is still going to be force, and our secondary is evil, but we get more dice. It depends on how easy it is for me to get force. So how many points do I have left? 11 points remaining. And 1 universal. That one. Excellent. So if we want to come here, do we want to get up to this? Alright, let's see if we can get up to that. So we have 10 points left. Yeah, we can definitely get there. Right, we don't care about change shape right now. Right, we need to put 4 more points into somewhere. Do we want to get up to penetrating blast? I don't think we care. Spellcraft and concentration, just like the minor things. We'll get spell points in one of those. Right, so then we get Tainted Lore for the spell crit. We get 1 more dice. Okay. We are now down to 3 action points. This is 2 for a packed dice, or we can get a bunch more damage on stricken and consume, or we can get the temp health, or we can get 3 crit. I think we take 3 crit. And then we save this last point so that when we get 1 more, we can get a packed dice, or 1 more, we can get this, or this, that, and the other. Okay, we're going to call that good. And then we're going to come here to enhancements. Alright, so we have consume. We're going to have to put spells over here. So this is our mist. This is our bite. Wait, what is this? This is Dread Mist. This is Dread Mist. I think I missed something. Is this both? Alex, welcome. Mustang 50 liter. Ah, I see. You have just raided in, and now you're going to make it harder for me to talk by invoking exercise. I see how it is. Well, we've already been going through the mental exercise of trying to figure out how to build this. So I suppose some physical exercise is, Oh, yes. No, feel free to run, feel free to run. I know I tend to run immediately after streaming as well. But thank you for the raid. We'll try to take good care of your people. So, what are we doing? So, we have just reincarnated into a Dark Bargainer. And last time I looked at what they did was their, first look on the public test realm. So, we're kind of figuring stuff out as we go. And I have played Warlocks before, but this particular one is new, so we're figuring things out. But we did have a redeem, which we'll get to in a minute. So, welcome. I go by Trying. I play a variety of stuff. Used to be mostly DDO. Now it is less DDO. I kind of moved away from it during the great lag that came along with the 64-bit versions. Fortunately, that is mostly gone, and because it is mostly gone is why we picked up the Lamortia pack, and that's why we're Dark Bargainer now. So, welcome in. We do try to encourage people to take care of themselves and to learn things, which is why we are learning things about Dark Bargainer, and we are, well, trying to take care of ourselves, and this is why we have an exercise-type redeem. So, among other things, this means that we will have to lose the long sleeve shirt, because while just sitting still is relatively cool, being more physically active does necessitate a slightly different attire. Now, I used to go heavier on this, but actually, let's switch our views, shall we? Used to go heavier on this, but it turns out I'm not much of a sprinter. So, sprinting, as in going all out for a short period of time, will simply kill me because I am that out of shape. So instead, what we're going to do is we're going to set our timer for 1 minute and try to not die. And we get to also test, because this is a thing that happens sometimes if I get my settings wrong, if the background noise filtering detects hitting the bag as background noise. So, I think I've stalled long enough. Well, hopefully that brings up the right timer.
Hand wraps, maybe. And of course, we must now pet the dog. Because the loud noises kind of upset her. Okay. Where were we? Oh, yes! Figuring it out. Yes. Goodbye for real again, Axel. Oh, that's right. I saw that I had 2 of these. And I think maybe there's one in the racial tree, but I also got one as my pact thing. Is that what's happening here? Did I get it double? Because this one is colored red, and the other one was colored blue. Well, I don't know where the blue one has gone. Was it under Dark Gifts? No. Okay, fine. Now we need to figure out which of these to use. We shouldn't need fast healing, because I think we have enough healing in our kit with the bite. Energy criticals does not help us. So I guess it's... Is it ever enchant weapon here? Because we don't need spell pen. Alright, so we'll go colors for our primal. We'll go brace for divine. Maybe cooldowns? I guess we'll try cooldown since the crit doesn't help us. And then for martial, we don't need skill mastery, so I guess we just get fortification? Not that we need fortification since we have the undead shroud. And then iconics. I guess we'll take the leap. Or Morning Lord. Because light and alignment. And we're doing evil, so evil is alignment. Spells. Alright, second target buffs for us. Ah, okay, we get Dread Mist as our Warlock spell book thing. Okay, so we have it as an SLA and a spellbook. Okay, so we could have really saved the point here, I guess, but no big deal. Also going to put that there. We're going to take our death auras. Definitely want tentacles. And we want jump here. Visibility there. D-door is here. Okay, alright, that's all of our spells dragged out. Enhancements. Right, Crushing Dread. Dread Mist we have out. Cone Shape. Put the shape over here. Eldritch Wave. Embrace Death. This is a toggle, so we put it down here with our toggles. Alright, Familiar. Reaper Boost. This is actually going to go like here. Stricken is here. Right, Utter Dark Blast is over here, but also Vampiric Blast. So either I make both things evil, or I get more dice. We'll figure out which of these we want to use once we figure out a little bit more about our gear. Because if we get enough force damage on our gear, then Vampiric Blast is better. But if we can really specialize into evil, Utter Dark Blast is better. I think we're going to default to Vampiric Blast. Even though we don't use the second half of it. The healing off of it only works with single target blast shapes. Let's see. Oh, we have a steroid here. Okay, so now we need to figure out what hotkeys we want to have. So we're going to turn our meta magics always on our SLAs, as is good to do, because why not? We always want to have our free spell power and free cast speed stuff. So it's always on, and quicken always on. So I think we're going to put these here, because this is actually my normal layout for when I'm trying to put buff spells around, is the long-lasting, like, single-target buffs are here, group buffs here, and then short-term buffs here, and situational stuff here. Speaking of short-term buffs, there we go. I missed one. So long-term stuff is like 1 minute per caster level sort of stuff. You know, shield, blur, something that you're generally only going to cast when you rest or when you first enter a quest. And then you've got your short-term stuff. This is going to be your haste, your rage, your displacement. In this case, the death auras, which we're going to turn extend on for. So we got those. We have Bite, which is 15-second cooldown. We have Call of the Mist. So this is an insta-kill. And this is a big nuke for something in the mists. Okay. So on our shift keys here, this is where I usually put cooldowns like our Reaper boost and other boosts, and crowd control stuff. Like Disco Ball and stuff would go here, but we're going to put tentacles on our main bar. Control 4 is usually reserved for heal. Control 5 and 6 for either a heal or a cleanse, which is why Stanch is there. Control 3 is where I normally put my dash, which is why we have our Chaos Mancer lives there. And okay, so let's take another look. So Bite is just do piercing damage, and it's not going to do much damage, but it will heal me, so that's nice. It'll also, yes, it'll heal me for negative instead of positive. So we have that. And then we have this, which is do a bunch of damage if they're standing in mist. We have this, which is the mists. I don't think I'm going to end up using this much just because of how leveling goes. I'm going to be kind of constantly on the move. Hello, Need More Chai, welcome. So we're going to be constantly on the move. I don't know how much use we're going to get out of that. But for now, I really like taking Chain additional to Cone for situational use. Yeah, I've done that on past lives as well, but I rarely end up switching to it, which might just be a skill issue on my part. that, like, just I personally don't get around to switching to it. But I am also the same person who, like, on ranged builds, by which I mean something like your Inquisitive style, actual ranged builds. I'm someone who has hotkeys for Archer's Focus versus Improved Precise Shot, and I will switch between them as needed. So, for some reason, I'm fine switching between those, but switching between Chain and Cone is just something I never end up doing. Because there aren't that many situations where I think Chain is useful. The biggest one I can think of is, like, there are multiple archers spread out on a balcony, so, like, as long as you get in line of sight of one, you can start blasting and hitting all of them. So that's a good use case for it. But overall, I'm just not super big on it. So let's see. We're going to start with the low-level stuff. Right. Bags. Bags. Gibber's Blade. Hello, Floaton By. Welcome. We are figuring it out. Rooms where there are several archers that refuse to group up. Yeah. Sure, let's see. Yeah, more bags. More bags. The other real thing I'm looking for here is my quiver. Quiver should be here somewhere. We'll grab our completed sigil too, why not? And where is it? Oh, more augment bags. Key to the city, always handy. Let's see. Harper pin, quiver. Grab our Harper pin and our Gibber's Blade, so they're actually out here. And the only other thing I think in this level range is going to be this, which is our Master's Gift goggles. Yeah, you go away. So now we look at our 13 to 16 range. Nothing. Okay, we're gonna have to grab weapons from something else. Wait, bring that down to 9. Not 90, 9. Okay. So we have a Malleable Scepter of Radiance, which is good. That gets us our evil. We have 2 Malleable Scepters of Radiance. Okay, so we have this one. And we have this one. I think we use the one with Mythic on it. That seems like the better deal. And then we have Hammer of Life. We have a Green Blade, which is not ideal, but it is force damage. Oh no, I'm not proficient with it. It's not like I'm going to be swinging them anyway. Which is, it's something that people didn't know. Is proficiency penalties for weapons, really the only thing it controls is you get like a 20% penalty to hit. And if you're not swinging your weapons in the first place, then that's not a penalty. So where are your stat sticks? So let's see, weapon, shield. Is there any shield I would want? Oh, I could do Resplendent Fury instead. For the Insightful Radiance lore. We'll see if we can get force damage somewhere else in our gear. Armor. Porter's Garb is kind of generic, but I guess we can take it. The big downside to it is that as a warlock, we can wear light armor, which is better as far as defenses go, but yeah, it's no real big deal there. Eyes, of course, we can grab our dusk lenses. Not that they do us a whole lot of good on this build, but I'm not really optimizing anything yet. We might optimize in a little bit. Mythic 1 or Reaper 3. Reaper 3. We were trying to figure out if you could run a Dark Powers Warlock on the upcoming Fae event, but you have to be Dark Bargainer on a Iconic, so you think that gets auto-granted level. I know I read in their announcement that there was something maybe allowing for Iconics, but I wasn't sure how that worked, because they did also specify you must be level 1 and have less than a certain amount of experience. So for that side of things, it makes sense that it would be ineligible. So we're going to bring these out for other stuff. Head. So no head? Crown of Snow it is. It's not clear with Iconics? Yeah. And neck. So let's see. We don't need cold. We will grab a Golden Guile as a social swap as needed. We could put on the Torque for Transmute Energy, but we really don't need that. So we have Electric, we have Cold, and we have an Amber Pendant, which is DC's, which is not very good. But we would need to hunt around for a different neck, and we're not swapping through our alts at the moment. Trinket, we do want our Emblem of Evil. It is my generic defensive piece that I wear basically every life I'm not lawful good, because I like a little bit of elemental resistance. It's got profane life on it, and I have a sapphire defense in it, so it covers PRR and MRR. So we've got that going for us, which is nice. Cloak. City's Champion is something that I end up doing just for generic defenses, although Walking Ancestor's Shroud is another possibility. So we'll do City's Champion for now. This is a highly unoptimized gear set, but we'll deal with that later. Bronze Dragon Scale. Good all-around defensive item. Like, we could go with Black Satin Waist if we wanted more power. And then for rings, we do want... Let's see. Silver Conqueror is Charisma. Here we go. Celestial Topaz. That's 8 Charisma. We do like 8 Charisma. And then we can do Shattered Onyx for our Insightful Charisma. But this is more about DCs and things. So we might end up swapping this out, particularly for other elements. Because right now we are just pure Radiance. Well, we do have this for Potency and Insightful Potency, which is pretty solid. But we'll see if we need something different there. And then after rings, we get hands. We have essentially really, really bad options for hands. I need to go and get on an alt and find better hand pieces. Oh, it looks like an ad is starting, so no one misses anything. We don't do anything during ads besides take care of ourselves by not staring at screens, grabbing a drink, grabbing a snack, taking a stretch break. We'll be back in about 3 minutes, and I will see you then. And we have returned. Grab the snack, grab the drink. I hope. Nope, stop. Let's get rid of that. So, where were we? Oh, yes. We don't have good gloves. So, we're just gonna grab these, even though they have overlap with pretty much everything else we have. And, let's see, hands, feet. We will grab the golden greaves, because they are super busted. If you don't know why they're super busted, they have DR 15 on them. Reduce all physical damage by 15. Which is super, super strong at level 11, and continues to be strong all the way until epics. We will, however, also grab our flight foots as a swap, just in case we get caught in a sleet storm and we need freedom of movement. So we have that going for us, and then last of all, wrists. We will grab the ether band, we will grab the aquatic bracers. Ether band to wear all the time, so we get our set bonus. And then aquatics for if we need to swim, like in the Crucible. So let's just double check our gear. Alright, so we have set piece, we have freeze on spellcast, we have DCs and insightful sheltering, we have sheltering, some life, some resists, we've got parrying and insightful con, we've got our normal con plus healing amp, but not the actually, wait, do I have the undead cloak here? No, we just have legendary ones. Because there is that undead benefit cloak that you get from wraiths? Forge wraiths? A really, really fast quest in the cogs. We've doubled up on insightful charisma, so one of our rings is kind of a waste. But I haven't really pulled anything else out of storage that would be good. I'm trying to think what else would be good here. Like, if it was something that gave us force damage, like maybe, let's see. Okay, we're gonna log out here. And there are two characters we're gonna check. We're gonna check 10 and under level gear. Which is where basically all of our stuff from Feywild lives. Failed to find transferred guild. World transfer unpacking failed with error. Transferred guild not found. Well, I hope that I still have, like, my bank. Even if it can't find my guild. Ah, there it is. Okay, so we are looking for... Alright, so Dead Ringers might be a good option for hands. And then we want Ring of Winter's Chill. Yeah, there we go. Impulse and Kinetic Lore. Although we have... Let's see, how much Impulse is that? 60? We have that much General Potency. So the Impulse is not that important. But we're still going to look at Rings and Hands anyway. Charge Gauntlets, no. Cinder Fingers, no. Evocation Focus. I think I don't have evocation focus elsewhere, but it's only +1, so it's probably not worth it. Slave Master's Cloak. That's been a while. Probably stuff I shouldn't even bother keeping around, to be perfectly frank. Alright, so Falls Decay. We could use some negative energy, because that is what we heal off of. But again, the problem with using one of these rings is we already have more general potency than that from our goggles. So we don't actually know if that's going to help us any. Let's see. Crocodile Tooth. We have other stuff we don't care about. Okay, now we come here. Show us. We're looking for cloaks too. Let's see. Silver Thread. Insightful Evocation Focus too. Actually not bad. Breath Weapon Focus. Evocation Shot. Actually, no, I'm pretty sure we're going to grab the Undead Cloak, the Undead Sharn Cloak from the next character we're looking at. So instead of looking at these cloaks, we're going to look at rings. Excuse me. Excuse me again. Alright, so we have Diabolists, which we don't need. Nocturne, Summer Heat. Skull Ring? Actually not bad. Exceptional Nullification and Necromancy Focus. Not that I have a lot of stuff that scales off of Necromancy, but it's a good call out to at least toss into shared storage to look at. And yeah, some of this other stuff is definitely not it. And then, what was the other thing? Hands. Tranquility. So we have Quelling Strikes, Regeneration. Crumbling Gloves, no. Knife Palm, no. Alright, so nothing here. So now we're going to go from 10 and under level gear, which is, you know, a very creative name, very descriptive name. And we're going to go to Sharn BL, which has our level, like, 15 to 21 gear, because it is Sharn to Borderlands. Unpacking complete. Yay! Alright, so same thing. We're going to look for some rings, some cloaks, and some hands. Cloak. Black Feather is 21. Black Velvet. There we go. Insightful Negative Healing Amp. It has Int, which we don't care about, but it has Boon of Undeath. So it might be worth it. It probably isn't, but we'll toss it over there just in case. And then for rings, we don't need Wicked Insanity. Hallowed Trail? Why Hallowed Trail? Hallowed Trail is the one I remember using that a lot for Favored Soul Lives. Has your Radiance? Oh, I've got Radiance. Radiance is the thing that I've got the most of. I have so much Radiance. Radiance for days. I need Negative and Force. Let's see. Blind Devotion. We have another Shattered Onyx. Oh, actually, if I had one of these level 16 signets for for Negative or Force, that might actually be good. Okay, so no rings that look compelling. Silver Sigils 21, yeah? Okay. Hallowed Gauntlets is also 21. 21, 21. We have Attunement Goggles, which are lightning.
I wonder if this is worth it just for quick draw and 1 to evocation. It might be, which is funny. And kind of sad, but also funny. Alright, so we have Wildwood, which do not do us much good. We have Hammer Fists, which again are not useful for us. We have Sunstone, which we're going to be doing negative healing, not positive healing, so that's not useful to us either. Okay. We're going to call it good, or at least good enough. And get back to our main character and maybe actually play a little bit instead of just messing around the whole time. I think for negative, you just use Pansophic Circlet, since negative is really just for Death Aura. Yeah, we have Death Aura and we have Negative Burst. So yeah, the Pansophic Circlet is probably just going to have us covered. The only thing I would probably want is less than the spell power, because we're kind of covered with... Oh, but you said Pansophic? I'm getting it from the Esoteric Initiate goggles, not Pansophic Circlet. But, you know, it's 60 main and 30 insightful, so it's still pretty solid. The main thing we're missing is the crit, is that we don't have any negative crit. But yeah, when I said it's like it covers your Radiance, it's like, I've got a Malleable Scepter of Radiance. It's kind of a one-stop shop for Radiance. And then we have our Resplendent Fury for our Radiance lore. The trick is that if we look at our spell powers, like we have 300 evil and 250 force. Which means the question is the 50 spell power hit that it would take on our main scaling worse than getting a dice? And we could math this out if we wanted to. We're going to take a quick look at dice. How many do we have? Okay, so actually that's a pretty easy one to calculate. So we go from 250 to 300. So that's... so we go from basically 400 to 350, which is 1/8. Which is, we take a 12% hit to the spell power, but we get a 25% bonus to the dice. So because we have so few Eldritch Blast dice, it is actually... the one Eldritch Blast dice here is better than making it scale better. Oh, wait, no, nope, I might be wrong. Let me check something. No, they have the same crit chance. No, that's crit damage. Oh, never mind. The crit chance changes that calculation a lot, since we have a 33% chance to crit with evil and an 11% chance to crit with force. So that changes that significantly. I think we're still gonna go with the split element because we have the actually wait, does this have kinetic war? And it was... okay, so I think that what we're gonna do is, because we have our insightful charisma here and don't really care about the coalesced flame, I think we swap this out, so we end up losing not that much evil, let's be honest, because the insightful radiance 47 and this is 30 on its own. Are you going Underdark or staying Force? That is the calculation I'm trying to work out right now. Is between Underdark Blast, so everything scales off of evil, or Vampiric Blast, which means I have to stay Force, but I get one more to dice. So I think the main trick here is essentially, if I switch to this gear, then stuff evens out. What I end up with is the same spell power. Wait, that's That's kind of wild, isn't it? Oh, no, it is lower. Okay. So, essentially, if I drop Resplendent Fury out, I lose 9% Radiance lore. So I lose 9% crit on Radiance. But I gain the 12% crit on Force. So it evens out, kind of. Except for the other problem, which is that as far as dice are concerned, we have way more packed dice. So, yeah. Because we have so many more packed dice, even though the packed dice are smaller, I believe it's D8 and D6. It used to be 6 and 4, but then they changed it when they redid all the scaling. And these are... Alright. Screw it. We're just going to take this approach. I'm going to go blast some things in the wilderness and see what happens. And then I'm going to switch and see what happens. And we'll base it off of that. Is this a smart way to do things? No, definitely not. And the reason why not is that the sample size is going to be too small for it to make any sense. So we're going to put this on for quick draw because we have Insightful Constitution elsewhere. We have speed elsewhere. We have physical sheltering elsewhere. We could put a moon augment in this to make things useful, but we're going to put this on just for quick draw. And then... Exceptional spell power versus... Actually, if we're using this orb, then this is fine. We lose a little bit of spell focus, but this is fine. Profane well-rounded, Boon of Death. So we're going to put this on. And we're going to put... We could put on the Dead Ringers instead, actually. Except this already has Profane Spell Focus, right? Yeah. So the other stuff in here we don't really need. Winter's Chill would give us a little bit of Force lore as well. Honestly, you're probably squarely in the good enough territory. Yeah. We are mostly... I will say, actually quite confidently, that we are in the good enough for leveling territory. Even before we started messing around with any of this. Let's do our daily rolls. Or sorry, that was the weekly roll that we rolled low on. And low on the daily roll as well. So, let's just walk into the wilderness here and see what happens when we blast some stuff.
I was on the scent of a Nethery spy when I stumbled across a satyr's camp. He made it quite clear that I was not a welcome guest. No counting on a
Alright, so...
I managed to withdraw right as he drew his blade.
Let's take a look at our combat log real quick. So, it looks like we're hitting for... Alright. I'm gonna go single target just so it's easier for me to see things. Okay. We have enough charisma that we can do perform checks. Oh, we failed. We rolled a 5. Okay. I thought they would attack me if I failed it, but apparently not. So, right now, we are in the Dark Bargainer stance thingy, where we get extra dice. And with our gear set up, we are in the one that drops force damage. Okay, so...
So our evil is hitting for like 350, and our force is hitting for 100, or critting for 230. So it's basically 300 versus 100. And then if we switch this, it's very similar. We'll do this one because it's fancier. Yeah, okay. Good enough. Now to figure out what we're going to be running, because we haven't thought that far ahead. Now, one of the obvious answers here is, well, we'll just run with Myth Draenor. It's level 13, it's relatively quick, so we can do that. We can look at other groups. We have one group that's in Blown Deadline. Maybe not that one. Wait, why are we not in our mantle? Okay. Why did we drop out of it? Okay, send me to guild ship. Excuse you. Send me to my guild ship. Alright. How about Gatekeeper's Grove in Eberron? Alright. Oh, now we get to go to the guild airship. I see. Grab guild buffs. And now we can go to Gatekeeper's Grove. Okay. Our teleports are being a little slow this evening, but it is fine. So we're going to go back to cone shape. And we grab the quests, and we can get a move on. Which is, it's usually about this time that we figure out, oh wait, we forgot something. As in, I left something in my reincarnation stash, or something to that effect. So, I think we're going to do what is a leveling game that we often play, which is that we start at R1, and then we just keep increasing the difficulty until we are unable to do anymore. So that is going to be our goal here. And we'll see how well it goes, because it could go very, very poorly.
The spider-like creatures have been capturing elves traveling to the ruins of Myth Draenor. Now to see if we can find some trace of them.
Of course, early on it's going to be quite easy, as it is R1 after all.
Freed elf tells you his story.
What I do need to do is I need to remember
take their captives to a great cave
how to do this.
somewhere deeper in the forest.
And I need to try out some of these new abilities. Although, as I said earlier, a lot of the abilities that involve, say, using the mists aren't going to be super impactful while leveling because we're going to be moving too fast for that. There we go. We wanted our Feeding Frenzy proc, because we love move speed, and that's 15% move speed just for casting the spell. Go. And we get to do these altars. Oh. Okay, the bite heals for way more than I thought it would.
You examine the marks on the ground. Something big was here recently. Something
Oh, it's out
larger
of
than an
range.
ettercap. Much larger.
Go. Yeah, go them. Doesn't matter. We'll drop a web. Oh no, spider spawned. Whatever shall I do? Anyway. Oh look, a soul.
The way into the cave is open.
Alright, so our
The terror
auras
that
have
lies
worn
behind
off.
the ettercap's raids
We cast
awaits
those.
within.
Along with displacement.
It would seem that the
All right.
ettercaps kidnapped something much more powerful. A large, hungry fang dragon.
Excuse me, get up please, thank you. I see. Well,
Elves will once
I don't
again
know
be
how
able to
much
walk
I
on
actually got out of the... Out of the what? Out of the mists there. I tried to put mists on him so it would stack up, and then I used the crushing dread on him, so it deals a bunch of damage. But among other things, I got knocked back by the dragon, and then because of how floating combat text works in DDO, I couldn't actually see the numbers for how hard it hit when I was in melee. So that's unfortunate. But it is what it is. Grab the rest of these quests and get moving. Now, normally while leveling, I would open groups. Oh, that's right. We can't exit out of that side. It's only the guide. So we'll go out this way, which is fine. But yeah, I wasn't expecting the bite to heal for that much. How much does it say it heals for? 1d4, scales with melee power, which I have a little bit of from Reaper points. And it heals for negative because I have that other enhancement. And we're going to take a bit of a side trip here to go all the way east so that we can start going east to west. I don't know if this is the ideal route, like whether it's better to go straight up the middle first and then loop back for these or what, but it's the route that we're going to take this time. There's the bridge. So, yes. I don't know how much the death auras were healing me for. I didn't see a whole lot from them. Like, I saw little ticks of healing, but I didn't know if it was from my cloak or the death auras. Which is one thing I miss about DDO as compared to, we'll say, some other more established MMOs with better, we'll say, tooling around them. And by which I'm specifically thinking about things like damage meters. And I don't even mean, like, we need complex damage meters, like dick measuring contest, WoW rating stuff. Here, I'll even use a non-MMO example. Just as a way to kind of evaluate what your build does. Oh, yeah, Aviator, thank you for stopping by and enjoying the stream, and for the well wishes. But I'll say that the non-MMO example here would be Hades 2. When you beat a run of Hades 2, you get a breakdown on the side. It's not a super detailed breakdown, but it does say, like, how much of your damage output
was from your base attack, was from this boon, was from that boon. Which enemies dealt the most damage to you? And that's like basically it. It's just which of your skills accounted for your damage and what stuff hit you the most. Not really ideal, doesn't break down like crit rates on them, doesn't break down anything. Whereas in DDO, you can kind of make a build and then it's just like, well, I know I'm doing stuff, but I don't actually know which of the things I'm doing matter the most as far as how much they are actually contributing to my overall output. And some of it is going to be obvious. Okay, so that does hit for a bunch if they are standing in the mists for a little bit. So that's nice. Wait, what is 5 again? Is that the insta-kill? Oh yeah, 5 is the insta-kill.
Mushrooms blanket this cavern, making it a veritable forest. This small clearing shows signs of having been recently used as a
Okay. Alright, off we go. I know that there's a way to not spawn those, but I don't know what that way is. Alright, they should die to the rest of the tentacles. Oh wow, that's really slow. I need to set Quicken always on this one. Okay. Oh, interesting. So I hit the button to bite, but I was too far away. And it does the animation, and it goes on cooldown, but it doesn't actually bite them. Or maybe it did actually bite them. The reason I thought it didn't bite them is I didn't see the healing. But I don't know if elementals count for the restrictions for what you need in order for it to actually heal. Okay, so we're just sitting here. We're healing. We're just constantly healing. And we pull the lever. Now, you will note that because I said we're doing our little ramping difficulty leveling game, we are on R2 now. So, as this goes up, we're going to see where our breakpoint is on when we no longer get our healing to be doing more than the damage we have incoming. Which is always an interesting breakpoint to find on builds like this that can be... why did that heal? Oh, that's right. I forgot. I was thinking that it wouldn't heal because of the... because of what? Because of the stipulation that things be corporeal. But Reapers, unlike how they look, are not actually wraiths.
The lead drow gives you a scathing.
They're outsiders, not undead.
Surface rabble has caught up to us, just in time to feed my little pet. With an ear-piercing cry, the hook horror leaps. The lead drow barks out.
Yeah, I should have set up my mists first.
The hook horror drops to all fours with a confused
Okay, so I feel like the abilities are working for me okay.
But the other ability that's working for me okay is just holding down my mouse button and Eldritch blasting them to death.
As she slumps to the ground. The captives give
Just like, okay, yeah, we managed to insta-kill that guy, but
into the mushroom stalks.
with the animations that I could have used
The raiders and freed the captives.
to insta-kill the guy, I could have also just held down the button and kept blasting him, and he would have died that way too. So, it's a little tricky. Does this mist do much? Just like, does it debuff? Does it slow or anything? I don't think I saw any like slows or debuffs coming in on it. I think it's just the stacks that it puts on people. And the stacks don't do anything until you use one of these other abilities like the big single target nuke or the what? Or the insta-kill. What is the target limit on this? Enemies in a small area who are currently affected by Dread Mist must make a saving throw or die. Oh, this isn't... Oh, interesting. Okay, for some reason I thought that this was another stacking mechanic, but it looks like it is not a stacking mechanic. Where are we going? This way. I was like, wait a second, I am off course. So that one's not a stacking mechanic. That's as long as they are in the mists. Unlike the damage ones that are like, they take extra damage depending on how many stacks of mist they have. So that's an interesting distinction, and I'll need to keep that in mind.
Teleported to a strange new location, based on the emblems on the wall, not to mention the ramps itself.
I forget if Death Aura is actually snapshot anymore, which is an interesting thing that for not only DDO, but other games as well, the idea of snapshotting is something that is exploitable, question mark, or could just be a game mechanic that you want your players to use. And if you're not familiar with the term, snapshotting is basically like, for example, if I thought, well, the only negative stuff I'm going to have is my negative energy aura thing. And it lasts for 2 minutes. So what I'll do is I'll have a complete set of like swap gear to maximize my negative spell power and negative crit. And then I'll swap to my actual gear after I do the buff. And it will keep actually doing its thing, and it'll keep ticking as if I had all of that spell power, because I had all of that spell power at the time that I cast the spell. And that would be an example of snapshotting, wherein the spell keeps going as if it keeps going based on the gear you were wearing when you cast it, as opposed to the gear you are currently wearing while it is active. And in some cases, this is an interesting and fun mechanic, and in some cases, it is just kind of exploitable and or leads to pain in the ass sort of gameplay mechanics. It's just like, depending on how strong it is, obviously. Like, is it something that you get a small benefit, so it's not really worth the hassle unless you're super optimizing? So your super min-max people will do it, but it doesn't really impact the game for others. Or is it so strong that for game balance reasons, essentially either the game is trivialized for everyone who does it, or you have to make the game hard enough to account for the fact that people do it, and therefore it is now a game mechanic that just kind of everyone needs to do in order for the game, and it's just kind of like how the game works. And of note, I know that there are snapshot mechanics in DDO. And I know that there's Float on By was in here earlier, but I know that this is something that he's dealt with in his quest to get like the biggest possible single hit, where you need to stack a whole bunch of different buffs together. And some of that involves like weapon swapping to have things go off at certain times and overlap buffs.
I don't actually, now that I think about it, I don't know if there's any snapshotting in that chain, or if it's just trying to stack together a lot of buffs that have different, very short durations. So you get first you hit your 60-second buff, then your 40-second buff, and so on and so on and so on until you eventually get down to like your 4-second buffs, like the range power you get for tumbling from that epic feat. Granted, most of this is a completely moot point and does not make any sense for your standard player to know about, and you can play the game and enjoy the game just fine without ever thinking about it. Which I think is actually a fine place to live for mechanics like snapshotting, where it's a good, fun challenge for those who want to do the most min-maxing possible, but you can still play the game just fine without it. And for that sort of, I'll say a fiddly kind of mechanic, I think that's a good place for that to live. How long does the mist last anyway?
The chamber. No doubt this
20
is
seconds?
part of
Okay.
the plan to You've placed a seed of Moanda, channeling its power into the strange pod. A huge flame bursts out
Hi.
of the pod, yet this thing was not allowed to rise into the pod. This is not Moanda. It's a human.
Oh, Chaos Crawler. Okay, we have Staunch. Staunch is good enough defense for when we forget, it's like, oh right, we ramped up our difficulty to R3, we should probably start paying a little bit more attention and not summon everything at the same time. But it worked out. So, as per the earlier discussion as to optimizing builds and whatnot, it's like, does it really matter? And before, the answer was, of course not. Obviously it doesn't matter. As the skulls go up, it starts to matter. Fortunately, we have okay defenses. Wait, 51? How do I have... Oh, right, I put 3 points into that. I was about to say, it's like, wait a second. I thought that I had skipped the thing that gave me extra MRR cap, but I had not. So, our capped magic resist rating is 56, and we're at 51. So, yeah, we are being very efficient with using our cap. We're not way over, and we're not actually expanding our cap without also expanding the amount of resist we have. So it works out. Alright, so House of Song is this? Yes. House of Song are 4. Alright. Actually, I'm going to change our title here. In higher and higher skulls. There we go. Okay, so this is where I wish I had remembered that for a tier 2 spell, I should probably have grabbed resist elements, because just being able to say, yeah, I want to resist Sonic would be very nice in this quest.
The temple is in the same state of disrepair as the rest of the city. Now, to pass the tests Alira mentioned in her note, you only hope this icon of the humans hasn't already been...
So we're going to go this way. And unlike last time we were here, which was at Cap, we're not going to do any splitting because we're not in a party.
Spiral staircase the House of Song was once known for is now years of neglect. Beyond it lies a sealed door with colored crystals
Alright, they're immune to insta-kill effects, because they're Reapers, obviously.
Perhaps it was written by the bard you were sent to find.
Stop that. I had just healed that damage, and you just had to walk up and smack me for another, like, 300.
When the notes fade, you think
I'm not sure Minor Death Aura is worth running. It's healing for 5 a tick. And that's out of combat. That's very odd that we got 3 patterns, which all went from something and then back to that same something. So the rest of you spiders gonna come join the fight, or are we gonna do your standard action movie enemy courtesy where you're going to each attack me one at a time, and it's just gonna be very nice and polite. What are we up to? R4, I think? Yeah, R4. Read the book.
Your
Stone.
melody echoes through the empty halls. When the notes fade, you think you can feel an aura of satisfaction from the House of Song itself.
Dong, 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 dong. Not you. You. Then you. Okay, so that's 1 down. Well, no, 2 down. Now, should we be going this way? Probably not.
Your melody echoes through the empty halls. When the notes fade, you think you can feel an aura of satisfaction from the House of Song itself.
Huh. Champion force damage is apparently not enough to get through just passive healing. I guess they never just attacked me hard enough? Thank you. Alright. Is there a way down here? Looks like no. Okay, and we'll continue in our loop up top. I think there are casters here. Actually, can I cast it all the way out there? I can. Interesting. Okay. Even on R4, things are dying fast enough, usually.
Your melody echoes through the
That it's not really that there's no real point to I was gonna say that there's no real point to casting the mists. You know, I wish there were an enhancement to make this bigger, because and it's a square? Okay, well, I guess it's hip to be square. But yeah, it feels fairly small. But I guess they didn't want it to be too overpowered if it were too big. It feels like you can hit pretty hard if it's like hanging around in it for a while. Sanctum is open. Out we go. Was that the most efficient routing? Probably not. But it's fairly straightforward.
The temple is now open. Beyond is a slender drow woman humming a tune.
So, the other members of my party left and never returned? I might have guessed. To be honest, I never fully believed our plan would work. The other elves will never accept us until they truly understand us.
Lay down the AoE on these.
I can write the story of my party and why
Right,
we
you
left
get one
the
shot.
others. When they hear it,
Now you got all cone shaped to death.
the guardian of this temple is far too strong for me to challenge on my own. But you may yet succeed in your turn.
Did you just shout at me? That's very impolite.
I have no
I
problem
understand
with
it's a
you.
house of song, not like a library, but still. I feel like shouting is impolite.
To enter the heart of it. Excitement of a new idea.
Bite.
Joy of hearing a good song.
Well, there we go.
Sphinx stands expectantly in the center of the chamber. So far, you have
So,
proven your
R4?
wit, says the
Still not posing a problem?
Yet are you
I didn't even
capable
have
of
to use
protecting the mythal
anything,
from those
really.
who would bring it
I didn't have
harm?
to use stanch at all. I didn't have to heal with
Prove
negative energy
yourself to
burst.
me in battle. Enough! The Sphinx shouts.
8 minutes.
voice booming
Not
throughout
the
chamber.
best. So we are going to take an ad break before the next quest. So we're going to ride there and we're going to put the ad break up. So as always, if you've just stepped in or if you've been here for a little bit, we do like to take a little health self-care break while the ads run. This is twofold. It is one, because, you know, I am not 20 anymore, and sitting still staring at screens for hours on end is bad for you. So it gives us a little chance to take care of ourselves that way. And it means that because Twitch heavily incentivizes running at least 3 minutes of ads per hour, I run as few as possible, that is 3 minutes of ads per hour. But because I don't want anyone to miss out on anything, it's a good chance for all of us together to take a break, to get a drink, to stretch our legs, to not stare at screens for a bit. So we're going to toss to the BRB screen. We're going to run a 3-minute ad, and when we're back, we're going to start this next quest on R5. 5, I think, right? Yes? 1 in town, and then 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. R5, when we come back in 3 minutes. And we have returned. So we got up, we stretched our legs, we ate some leftover Halloween candy because we didn't get any trick-or-treaters. And, speaking of things that happen on the front porch, I found a delivery. Now, what sort of delivery? Well, in keeping with being old and having to take care of things, this is a part to repair the washing machine. And I hope it works, because I have not repaired a washing machine before. And if it doesn't work, well, this is the most expensive part of the washing machine, so I'm out a chunk of money. And the washing machine is still broken, and I'll probably have to replace it if this piece doesn't fix it. Now, I have tested it. Like, there are a variety of ways that it could be broken that would be much cheaper to fix, except I tested for all of those, and unfortunately, none of them were the case. So, that's just unfortunate. Wait, what do you mean I'm not facing him? I'm absolutely facing him. What are you on about? Very odd. Oh, boy. Wait a second. Does negative energy burst not heal me? I thought that was a self-healing thing if you were in a shroud. Oh, interesting. I thought it was AoE. Is it not AoE? Hold up. So I have to actually hard target myself in order for a negative energy burst to heal me? You can tell I haven't played Pale Masters before. This would be something I'm pretty sure I would have already known if that were the case. Go. And we can switch to our swimming bracers so we can go faster. And we'll just get healed up by our auras as we swim. So it's very convenient in that way. And we don't need to worry about breathing. Actually, I was going to say we don't need to worry about breathing because we're undead, but we're also wearing swim bracers, so we weren't going to have to worry about breathing either way. Of course, most people, when they go underwater for long enough, don't need to worry about breathing either, because, well, they're dead. But we prefer to be both alive and not having to worry about breathing in order to stay that way. So we did take a big hit there from that trap for, I think it was about 500? I think it was 480. So we will have to look out for traps. Okay, D-door. Like this trap right here. Okay. Refresh aura, refresh aura, refresh aura. 2, 3, off we go. Okay, so. Wait, can I quicken this? I can quicken it! What the hell? How dare you? Okay, and this is an SLA, so I can actually put all of these on always. Wait, what does it do by default? Enemies inside the mist have their movement slowed by 20%. Oh, they take 1d6 per caster level every 2 seconds. Okay. I should really do that more often, especially now that I know I can quicken it. There we go, see? Okay, so yeah. So, negative energy burst only heals me. Alright, what if I'm not targeting anything? Okay, If I'm not targeting anything, it heals me. But if I am targeting anything... then it's no good. And we've been knocked down. This is fine, though. Okay, that works. So this is necromancy bonuses. So maybe if I'm going to be doing that sort of thing, I really should wear the necromancy ring. Although the necromancy ring does only give us, I want to say, +2? Because it's +3 and +2, but I already have +2 and +1.
Betray the presence of water elementals.
Okay. Okay. The out of range, because of how the targeting on the like force field thing is a little problematic. Just like, oh, and yeah, by the way, you can't cast your AoE spells on them. Oops. My bad. Left on this one, yeah? Nope. The other left. We don't have evasion or anything. Do this way. Okay, this is fine. We only took 200. 200 is gonna be healed up. Oh, we still had temp health from Stanch. Staunch? I think it's Staunch.
The sound of metal dragging on stone reverberates throughout the water as the submerged gate opens.
Okay. We have all of our short-term buffs up. Oh, we should actually change stances. There we go. We don't need cone shape, because this is a single target fight.
The spirit Naga uncoils itself from the throne above and begins slithering toward you. The creature hisses angrily. Those who come to disturb my master's treasure will die by my fangs. With a final sibilant cry, the spirit Naga falls.
Is this? Oh, Crushing Dread is also an SLA that I can turn everything on for. Okay, this stuff is getting faster, and this stuff is getting better by the moment. Bite? Okay, Bite is not an SLA. Okay.
You find the phylactery.
I will say, I was about to say about how much slower this is than I've done on other characters, but that is not a fair comparison, because on other characters, or at least the lives I'm thinking about, I was running on R1. It takes a little longer on R5. Stuff has more health, and I need to respect things just a tad more.
Could raid, trade, and safely store jewels.
Okay, where are we going next? That one looks right. Yes. Can we go up this? Kind of, maybe? There we go. If we wiggle the mouse a little bit and jump a little bit, it works out. However, we have a problem, and that problem is that we're about to head in on R6. Actually, no, this was also a problem on R5, because we can get the bigger Reapers now.
The ruins, strangely
So
untouched by the passage of time. Its pristine state is
the bosses in here might
You
give us some
pause for a
problems.
moment, fascinated by what you see. Protective enchantments have kept Castle Cormanthor completely pristine, just as it was before the city fell.
Alright, we're
This
immune
is
to
no
Death
time
Ward,
for reflection.
because of
The
course we
Lich
are.
leading the Red Wizard expedition is somewhere in the depths of this castle. You must stop the
So,
Thanes
what is the
before
trick
they can
here that
gain
we're going to use?
control
Right,
of
how
the
fast do
Nexus.
these things stack up?
3 empty thrones set into an alcove overlook this massive hall. This hall feels
Spell resistance check required. Aha, that's why it gives you extra spell pen.
trappings.
Did I take the extra spell pen? I did, okay. So I've actually got a lot of spell pen right now, right? Well, no, not spell resistance, spell penetration. Yeah, plus 30. 30 spell pen feels like a lot. Right, short-term buffs.
Several angry devils step through the portal as you approach.
That is a plague and a fear. And a famine. Whoa, what just hit me? Whatever it was, it hit me for over 300. Polar Ray. Polar Ray hit us for 641. Are there shrines in here? Like, if I spawn out... If I gibbers... Or, sorry, when I gibbers. It's not like I'm not gonna do it. I need 7 for this, right? Yeah, I need 7 for that. Okay. Gibbers Blade. Okay. So we just got absolutely wrecked. So we're gonna respawn, and we're gonna try this, we'll say, one more time before we reduce the skulls. Because we did get a little unlucky to get that many Reaper spawns back to back. But then again, maybe it was actually a little lucky that they were quote-unquote easier Reapers. Right, Gatekeeper's Grove. Then we go to our airship for the healing and reset that way. And then back to Gatekeeper's Grove and back to Mithranor. Take me to Gatekeeper's Grove. So we're running into multiple problems there. One is just the scaling is getting to us. It's taking us a while to kill things. Two, because it is the first fight, we don't have any depravity built up to use our big defensive temp health buttons. So that is one thing that makes it tricky as well. But it should be, there shouldn't be anything there that we can't handle, in theory at least. We need to play it better though. Like significantly better. I was standing still. I need to remember to not stand still when there are famine reapers about, because they will cast Polar Ray and I will die.
Here it was.
Although I guess another thing that we could have done is we could have spent our 2 action points.
Beneath the inkling light of stars. Those from all races, all walks of life existed together in harmony.
So
much innovation.
all of the things that we should be trying to do, one is we should be trying to land more crowd control. Not that it's going to be as likely to land, just because, again, we're on higher skulls. We're not really set up for DC casting. Like, we have some basics, but not a ton. And yeah, that's basically the long and short of it, is we're not set up for DC casting, and R6 means that the DCs have gotten significantly higher.
Overlooks the ruins,
Reset.
strangely
Yes.
untouched by the passage of time. Its
Alright.
pristine state
We're going to
is
try
built of
again on
powerful
R6.
enchantments that protect it.
But the trick here is, or well, I say the trick.
Fascinated by what you see.
The problem that I have just now realized is
completely
this
pristine,
isn't the main
just as
problem.
it was
The main
before the
problem
city
in this
fell.
quest is going to
But
be
this is
the
no
end
time
fight,
for reflection.
because
The
it
witch
has
leading the Red
draining
Wizard
mouths
expedition
that
is
spawn,
somewhere in the depths of
and
this
they're
chasm.
going to basically
You must
two-shot
stop the
me,
Thayians before
because
they can gain control
draining mouths are
of
one of the things that I hate the most in games,
set into an alcove.
which is, it's just
Overlook
unavoidable.
this
They
massive
spawn,
hall.
they look at you,
This
you take
hall
damage.
feels
Now,
hollow
obviously,
and
I
empty,
think
despite
we
all
can
the
dodge it.
checkpoints.
It's technically not unavoidable if I went to my bank and I got out Spell Absorb. But the problem with that is that there's also a Lich in that fight. And, well, that means that he would eat all of my Spell Absorb charges. So, there's only so much that can do for us, too.
Several angry devils step through the portals.
Alright, so we are... God damn it. So many Reapers. Alright, now we're gonna kite more. We're kiting the Carnage Reaper. Oh, there's one that went invisible. There it is. I see it. Alright, he didn't die to that. Oh, ow. Get bitten. Okay. That went better.
Showing that it was summoned here deliberately.
Okay. Crest 1. The first time I was in this quest, I was looking everywhere for the third crest. Like, going back through all the rooms, thinking I'd missed it, And it's like, no. It was that one. It was in the room with the dude from the very beginning. Ah! Of course. Why didn't I think of that? Alright, you need to step on your circle. Excuse me, I stepped on your circle, but it didn't apparently do much. Right. Fortunately, we can see the mini boss optional guy, so we can switch to our single target blasting. And recast our auras. Alright. Make that aura singular. Recast these because they have debuffs on them and they give us move speed. Now, one thing of note is, and it's one reason why we're not using our negative damage more, is we don't have immunity stripping for anything. Fortunately, the amount of things that are immune to evil damage or force damage are vanishingly small. So we've got that going for us. The trick there, however, is, well, when we do run into them, what do we do? Oh, okay. Please don't two-shot me. So yes, we are having to be a lot more careful and do things like kite. But that's fine. That's kind of to be expected when you're doing things on higher difficulty. Right, there's a chest in here, which means there's probably a boss, question mark? Okay. He did hit us with something for some damage, but we had put up temp health beforehand, so that saved us. And we'll look in here just in case. Oh, see? See, the crest was here. And I didn't manage to tab target it through the wall.
Now, I don't know if it's guaranteed that if... Because in my mind, there are 3 different sections here. Like, there are 3 different sections. There's there's both sides and then the front. But I don't know if the game sees it that way and has what I would expect, which is like, okay, you're not going to get 2 crests in the same section. But because I don't know that, we're just going to do it the slower, less error-prone way. Okay. So we have fought 2 of the mini-bosses so far. We still have the Wraith mini-boss that we have not run into. Okay. So we don't have any of those guys here. And by those guys, I mean the crests. So this is what I mean, like, because there's this side, there's the 3 rooms here, 3 rooms here, and 3 rooms here. So in my head, I consider them just each to be sections like that. Okay, so we did land the insta-kill on one of the shield guardians. The bite does not heal us on them, because... What are the requirements on this? They have to be corporeal. Let's see. Living and corporeal. So constructs are not living. Are they? I'm trying to think, because living and corporeal, I'm trying to think of if it's redundant or not. It is 1 in each wing? Okay. Well, I guess you mean limited to, because there are 2 crests for 3 wings. But yes, I do get your meaning. So yes, you're confirming that my suspicion of, like, I feel like it should be this way, but I don't know if the game actually considers these wings or not. There we go. But yeah, I am worried about this end fight on R6. Hold on a sec. My mist thing killed the necromancers. I could have sworn they had death ward on them. Like, I tried it regardless, just because I wanted to see if it would work. But for some reason, I thought the necromancers would be immune to the instant death spell. That could just be a false assumption on my part, but yes. Also, thank you, retired cleric. I don't know if I said hello to you earlier, because I don't think I saw your name in chat earlier. I'm gonna carry around the corner so that Soul of Ice caster doesn't just insta-give us. Really? Hit us with the electric surge? It's just gonna be ticking and almost killing us repeatedly? Oh, our auras wore off. Was lurking, decided to chime in? I see. Well, I appreciate either way. Like, I don't expect everyone to chime in. Lurkers are welcome, chatters are welcome. Whichever way you can enjoy the stream best. Alright, so we're gonna put you... Oh, that's an imp. Even the imps are hitting me for like 100. Also, we got a lost soul. So, I don't know if that gave us all of the spell points back that we needed back, but, you know, nice to have. We are running a little low on spell points, but then again, we haven't shrined. Question is, when do we shrine? Because in general, as a warlock, we don't need that many spell points. We're mostly using our spell points on tentacles. Because obviously, if you're going to be able to cast magic, the ideal spell that you use all of your magic on is summoning tentacles. From what I understand, it's incredibly popular from all these documentary series that I've found on things like Donbaru. Just everyone loves summoning tentacles. It's just super popular, I guess. Not entirely sure why.
Flecks of crystal, like stars, reflect in the ancient stone of this cavern. The floors are worn smooth.
We want to get up here so we can cast crowd control on the necromancer. Also, we did put up a bunch of temp health here. Oh boy. Holy crap. Excuse you. Excuse you. You know Meteor Swarm? This is a level 13 quest, sir. Why are you casting Meteor Swarm? Excuse you. Oh. It's him. I don't want to fight him. I want to fight the Death Guard. Also, I definitely don't want to fight him in these stairs. So we're just going to kind of wait and heal up from our auras. Because I didn't target the Bone Guard. I mean, I was hitting the Bone Guard with AoE. Okay, so we're going to recast these. We're going to redo our big temp health button. And if we run into him, we're going to run by so we can kill the guy who's giving him infinite damage reduction. Here you are. There you go. Oh, he resummons it. I hate you so much. Well, that drained a ton of resources. So yeah, it's a big difference when you can, say, just burst through the damage reduction versus not. Excuse you. That is a Despair Reaper. Fortunately, we are able to kite you. There we go. Oh, lovely. I love having a level 5 hat that will just occasionally win fights for me. Okay. So we are down a little bit on our spell points. We're getting lower on hit points too, because the downside to getting tons of temp health with Staunch is you sacrifice max health. Every time you do it, you lose a Constitution. Oh, there's the other crest. Okay. Okay. We need our aura back. I think we shrine first. This is the shrine room. Because I'm not worried about running out of health or out of mana in the end fight. I am worried about running out of health in the end fight. So I will die long before I burn through my mana in that fight. And therefore, we're gonna rest up here. Okay. And we do need to remember, for the last fight, to swap out our shoes. Because as a Lich, she has a paralyzing touch ability. And we don't want to get paralyzed. So we need our freedom of movement boots on, instead of our damage reduction boots. So chances of us winning here are pretty low. Not because of the boss, but because of the draining mouths.
A withered form murmurs incantations over a magic circle etched into the floor. You've found the Lich, leading the Red Wizard's expedition to the ruins.
Oh, but the problem with shrining is that it takes out all of our depravity charges.
Earlier, I gave you an opportunity to save your own meager life. You should have taken it. Don't think you're capable of stopping me. You face a Lich, and not just
That's kind of what I expected.
Azul Kir of Thay.
I didn't even manage to kill it.
Will be mine. What do you think you could do?
Yeah, Polar Ray for 300. And the trick is, I can't even burst him down because
magic zone wash over you, making you feel disconnected.
The Bone Guard, because of the Bone Guards. Okay, so yeah.
With the wave of the Lich's shriveled hand, necromantic
Yep.
energies fill the chamber.
Unfortunate. Yeah, Polar Ray is definitely nasty. Alright, we're going to drop this one to R4. I think this quest is significantly harder than the others, specifically because of this fight. So we're going to drop to R4. And then we'll start increasing it again. But I think we have hit a wall, and I'm not going to sit here beating my head against it for an extended period of time. We gave it 2 good clean shots. We got unlucky on Reaper spawns once, and then the end fight just kind of messed us up. So yeah, it was fun to try, but it's not fun to... Maybe if I were just on my own, but like on stream, we're not doing like a speed run sort of thing where we repeat and repeat and repeat until we really get it down, because I'm not going for specifically this quest. Now, that could be a thing. It's not what we're currently doing, but it could be that kind of thing. It's just like, okay, we're going to try to do every quest on R6 or higher. In that case, yeah, we'd give it more attempts. But in this case, it's just kind of an experiment to see how high we can go. And we've determined that R6 is kind of a limit. And this is going to be a persistent problem with any quest that has Necromancers and Bone Guards in it. Because it takes away the cheese that we usually use in these sorts of quests, which is we're doing enough damage that we can kill the necromancers regardless. And then what happens is, it's like, okay, well, we can't do that, so now we need to kill the bone guards. It's like, okay, well, that's not that big a problem, is it? And it turns out, yes, it is in fact a big problem, because as we discovered earlier in this quest, killing the bone guard doesn't mean, aha, now I get to fight the necromancer. It means, now I have a window to do some damage to the necromancer before he summons another bone guard. This is the one we want, right? No, we're going even further north. So, if they didn't respawn the bone guards, that would be one thing. The other trick would be, is that he is a caster, so we can't really kite him. And I do not have enough spell absorb items to, I think, make it worth it for this fight. Like, I have the giant hold cloak, which I believe has either 5 or 8 spell absorb charges on it, which might help in the beginning, except it's gonna get eaten up by smaller things. If spell absorb cloaks like that worked by, say, only absorb spells that would have dealt 100 or more damage, then I would definitely swap cloaks and use that. But because they don't, it'll just get, the charges will just get eaten up by smaller things. The other thing is, like, I can't kite him and his, whatchamacallit, and his guard into the dead magic zone because he's casting spells at me. Also, the fact that they have access to Meteor Swarm in a level 13 quest feels kind of bad. It's just like, wait a second. What do you mean, Meteor Swarm?
Several angry devils stepped through the portals you approached.
I do, however, need to remember to still actually respect this, because this is still R4, which is higher than you would normally do for leveling. And they can still mess me up. As you can tell by this light bearer, casting his lightning bolts for like 70 a shot. And then you get into the lightning dot that they put on, which is also ticking for 70 a shot.
Showing that it was summoned here deliberately.
See, this is the sort of thing that if we were on hardcore, it would be like, well, time to go grab House P buffs. Increase my resistances. But we don't have House P rep because it's an iconic. And because it's an iconic, we started at 15 and we did not do any of those low-level quests that would have given us reputation. Get misted. Wait, what is healing him? Okay, well, fair enough. He's dead now. What type of damage does this deal? Evil damage. Okay. So... So we are spam targeting, but for some reason in this particular quest, I feel like spam targeting doesn't work as well as it normally would. Because I feel like I've done it and missed the crest enough times, which is why we are now going to be like, no, we'll just check the slower way, which is faster than missing it and having to backtrack. Oh look, a crest. And as we talked about earlier, if it is in fact limited to 1 per wing, then we don't need to check the last room in that wing. Huh, get frozen by the tiny level 5 helm. Hi. I'm like, wait a second. Alright, maybe I didn't need the stanch there, but it was close enough, and he had debuffs stacked on me. So, we hit it just in case. I forget how long these last. Is it like a minute? Yeah, 1 minute. So, we have a safety net for the next minute-ish. It doesn't list its duration on the buff, I don't think, though. Yeah. So it's just going to disappear after an indeterminate length of time. Gotta step on the circles so they stop deflecting everything. The skeleton's constantly despawning and respawning is a little odd. I haven't quite figured out why that happens, like what that mechanic is, but, you know, maybe I just don't need to understand everything. I tried to, like, just experiment with a mist thing there, see what would happen. And things just kind of died, which is nice. Oh, last crest. Wow, it's so much easier on R4. Which goes to show you how strong it is to have ridiculous amounts of past lives. And also just kind of how strong Warlock in general tends to be. They have access to lots of easy damage, if not super bursty damage. And they have access to lots of temp health, which does certainly help a lot when you're here in a little bit higher Reaper.
Flecks of crystal, like stars, reflect in the ancient stone of this cavern. The floors are worn smooth by centuries of use.
Alright, we got a Carnage Reaper. So actually, I never completed my thought earlier regarding whether or not it was redundant to say corporeal and living. I was like, wait, what? It's like, isn't that redundant? Like, if they're corporeal, they've got to be living, right? Oh, sorry, no. Corporeal and non-living would be something like zombies. What would uncorporeal but living be? Would that be some outsiders? Like, do Reapers fall into that camp where they're not living but they are corporeal because they're not actually wraiths? So what is corporeal but alive? What is incorporeal but alive?
Caskets fill the many niches set into the walls of this chamber.
That is a Famine Reaper. Okay. That was the wrong button. Okay, and And then we take out the bowmen. Bowmen aren't too tricky to deal with. Ooh, soul. No crest in there. No crest in there. Got stuck on the doorway, though. That's always a little bit disconcerting. It's like, why can't I move? Why can't I move? Oh, no, just caught on a bit of terrain. No big deal. All is well. Just move a slightly different direction. Ah, there we go. Other crest. Alright. And, of course, switch to freedom of movement boots for the last quest. Or last thing.
Form murmurs incantations over a magic circle etched into the floor. You've found the Lich, leading the Red Wizard's expedition to the ruins. The effects of the dead magic zone wash over you, making you feel disconnected from the world for a moment.
You're back. Earlier I gave you an opportunity to save your life. You should have taken it. Don't think you're capable of stopping me. You face a Lich, and not just a Lich. You hear that? Soon the power of the magic will be mine. What do you think you'll do to stand against that?
Okay.
Nothing but you that matters.
He's dead. Open the door.
You'll be dead in a moment.
Thank you.
With a wave of the Lich's
Before the mouths spawn.
necromantic energies fill the chamber. Undead appear. Your last blow slams the gaunt form
I
of the
never
Lich
spoke
across
to him.
the floor.
Okay.
My phylactery! No! The phylactery
I forgot to speak with the dude in the beginning. So, okay. It looks like R4 looks very, very different from
The
R6.
phylactery crumbles to dust. A
Just,
disembodied
you hit those
force
break-even
fills
points
your
for,
mind.
can you out-heal the incoming damage? Other advantages that we had going into that time, we didn't shrine. So we went in with like full
You've
depravity stacks,
destroyed the Red Wizard's plan, opening the way for
which
the
means that
elves
we
to
could
rebuild
spam
their
our
ruined
stanch
city.
every time we got low,
Fey is powerful, and its agents are everywhere.
which helps a lot with our
Wonder when
sustain,
you'll encounter the
but
Red
also
Wizard's
just
again.
dealing that much more damage in R4 compared to R6 makes a world of difference.
My body will reform. Without my phylactery, you are
Oh,
powerless.
I keep forgetting that
Come here if you.
because I am
Voice
wearing
stops suddenly
goggles
as the
as part of my
Zulkir
set
realizes
bonus,
what's going
I
on.
do need to swap to my voice at
Ildrenat
the end of
sighs
quests.
As he gets to work. He'll prevent the Red Wizards from accessing the power of the Mythil while you find
Okay.
and defeat the Lich.
So, we successfully completed on R4. So we have reset a little bit, which means our next quest is going to be R5. Because we did our R4 successfully, we're going back up. Now, the other trick to this is, of course, some quests are just by default harder than others. And we'll see how much that is the case here. So this quest has a bit of a problem wherein I did not bring Spell Absorb for all of the force damage that we might be getting.
The Empire's greatest wizards could prevent the fall of the Myth Drannor.
But
Ruins are all that remain.
Welcome.
we'll just have to play with a little bit more respect, play a little bit more slowly, and hopefully things work out.
Different priorities. Report to the central hall.
What kind of Reaper was that? Carnage. Okay, you can kite a Carnage. I say as it walks up and I almost just get hit by it. Takes a little while though. This is the problem with increasing skulls. Are there guys that spawn here? No? Okay, that was just a wild magic zone. Okay, so we will go to the end. Hi. Alright, we're switching to Utter Dark Blast because these guys absorb force. Hey, there we go. Good thing we have Utter Dark Blast out on our bars where we can just click it when we need it. And this one has like the rocks and stuff. Also has a Despair Reaper, so that's not ideal. Are they getting crowd controlled? Yes? No? Maybe? Yes, they are. Excellent. Tentacles win again. They're very effective at just holding things in place. Okay, where are we? Hold up. I don't want you accidentally aggroing later. Stop making your saves. And I realize that as a Despair Reaper, making your saves is kind of your whole shtick. But still. If you're not aware, like... Despair Reapers, like, the whole Despair Grows thing is... It saps away things like saves. So, like, their saves get higher, your saves get lower. I know you guys can Polar Ray, so we're going to keep strafing. Excellent. Now we have to deal with everyone's favorite kind of mob. The kitty cat.
This was
And
once
dance,
the
dance,
land,
dance, to the dance, dance, dance.
Yet the shelves lining the walls of this vast chamber are broken and it seems the books have been swallowed by the insatiable maw of time.
There we go. Displace a beast down. Invisibility. We're going to see if we can get by this. Regrouped up. 3 down. Invisibility again. Okay, that hurt a lot. Because I didn't manage to land crowd control on them. We still didn't manage to land crowd control on that one. Right. Our auras are wearing off. We do have invisibility on. There we go. So unfortunately, the second group of you had already seen me when I was fighting the first group of 3. You know, I think having Death Aura on might be a downside here. Because I think they walk close, and then they see me, and then the game is over. Didn't see the one that came around on the wraparound. I thought I was fighting the one in front of me. I was not. There was one hitting me for 200 from behind. Oh, Fear itself. No, we're running. There we go. That's what we wanted. We wanted the Fear Reaper to come down here because I didn't know where it was. So we ran away specifically to kite it to where we were. Okay. Fuck is. Why? You're already dead. Why are you using abilities? Okay, that's the other champ. I think there were only 2 champs, and that everything else was like dead. Excellent. 2 crests. But we did use a lot of depravity there. Carrying crawlers, please get crowd controlled for me. Excellent. We successfully got the 3rd crest. Okay. And we already cleared these, so we should just need to place the crests in the sockets, as Morley would explain to us, because we're too dumb to figure that out, that the crest goes in the socket.
All of our senior wizards have fallen.
Morley Broad?
Of course, this brings
No, that was
risk.
his pseudonym. What was the name? What's the
Continue to
actual
draw a
Illithid's
safe
name?
hold to keep the invaders at bay. It supplies
The
everything
artiste
low.
who
We're
features
almost
in
out
like
of
the missing
spell
chain and
points,
whatnot.
We've long since used all the wands. Of course, those aren't the only
It's
things
been a bit.
available in
I
the
don't
city.
run those that often, so which
Maybe
explains
the
part of why I
Call
can't
of Defense just
remember
yet.
his name.
Invaders are in the city. Entire
He's a
districts are now under
very
their
memorable character as far as
control. They were just too many.
like his general, his overall like
The enemy
thing.
is so thick on the ground
But
they can't reach the castle.
the name escapes me,
So,
as names often do, really.
we'll make our stand here.
You hear a muffled sound off in the distance.
Okay, what I am lucky for so far, and I'm expecting I will cease to be lucky soon enough. Fred? No, Fred is a completely different one. I'm talking about the one that's like kidnapping all the people and then like stitching their parts together and calling it art. Fred is much friendlier. And not doing things like that. What's the range on this? Alright, shorter than that. Yeah, no, Fred is like the feet swap guy. The Fear Reaper to come here on his own. And he just wants to melee me for 200. Understood. Thank you for that. We'll come over here to fight these zombies. Please stand up. Please stand up. Thank you. This build is perfectly fine at handling zombies. They move slow. We can kite them forever. Even if we do end up healing them slightly with our death auras, it's no big deal. Oh hey, insta-kill works on him.
A quick examination shows that this drow elf was slain.
Okay, do we need
recently,
more spell
probably
points to go to this
by
fight?
one of
We
the
do not.
creatures nearby.
Resting gets rid of our depravity, and we
must be
don't
the
want to get rid of our depravity. We want to stay depraved.
It seems he never found.
Game is
the
much
icon of
easier if you just
A
stay
magic
depraved.
portal flickers in the center of
Well,
the
this build is. I'm sure there are other builds that benefit from a lack of depravity, but this is not one of those builds.
secrets.
I am going to the safe hole. We're almost out of food, so we've decided to bring forth our last.
As he moves slightly, so he gets hit by nothing.
I can only pray to the gods that I will not be our undoing.
The safe is where the wizards. Yet, whatever that last defense might have been, it failed to keep the invaders.
Oh.
It seems the wizard's final defense was a powerful.
Well, I thought I would finish that before the ads ran,
demon
but
that they could
came right in the
not
middle.
Control.
The summoning was a success. Now to proceed to the binding.
Middle of the fight, that is.
I'm certain
Oh, what did we
the spell
get?
Holding the demon worked.
Shocking longsword, of
By
course.
the gods, it's free. It's
This statuette.
Right, so, as before, we were a little late to hit the button, but we're gonna take our hourly self-care break where I floss to get this thing out of my teeth, and we stare at screens. Feel free to use this like an old school commercial break. After these messages, we'll be right back. Alright, we are back. We have returned from ads. Sorry that they kind of popped up in... Wait, why is it not showing properly? There we go. Okay. So, ads did pop up in the middle of the boss fight. We won. And now we can move on to R6 again. And... let's see. Oh, okay. So we are... our timing is kind of bad here in that we're hitting up some of the more difficult quests at the same time that our skulls are going up higher. So the problem with this one on R6 is there's some nasty stuff in here. The archers hit hard, and there's the big skeleton boss, and all sorts of stuff can go wrong here. But we're going to give it a shot anyway. We're not afraid of failure, partially because one of the things that leads to fear of failure is, oh boy, is a problem of expectations. So, for example, if you're doing something and you're feeling like, I should be able to do this, it'd be super lame if I can't just do this one basic easy thing. Well, then it's the expectation that's really getting you. And the solution to that, or in this case, the reason that that is not a problem, is that I'm doing something that I know is difficult. And therefore, it's no big deal if I fail. It's like, I'm doing something where I know there's a decent chance that I'll fail, and I've kind of opted into that from the beginning. Like, if it goes wrong, it goes wrong. That's kind of part of the plan, is to keep increasing the difficulty until we fail. So failure is kind of accepted as the expectation that, like, yeah, that's going to happen. That's how we set things up. If we don't eventually fail, then we've made things too easy. Alright, we toss those because, amongst other reasons, it gives us a move speed boost. Oh, hello. Okay. Ha! Get webbed. It doesn't always need to be tentacles. Sometimes it can be sticky ropes. And if you find yourself often getting caught in tentacles and sticky ropes, you should probably check which genre you exist in. My genre is kind of like a slice of life thing, so that doesn't happen to me often. But if sticky ropes and tentacles are happening to you a lot in your everyday life, then you need to see if you can maybe get a genre switch. Or, alternatively, not. Maybe that is what you're getting all the time, because it's exactly what you want. In which case, I love that for you. But yes, we have the option to use both of those on our enemies, or our friends, if they ask nicely. But for now, our enemies. And you would say it's like, well, you can't just use those on your enemies, like they didn't ask nicely. But, on the other hand, they are trying to kill us. So, some sort of retaliation is warranted. I find it hard to work in when to...
blocked by a magical barrier.
When to what?
It doesn't sound like one of the undead.
When to try to bite things, partially because I'm trying to not be in melee range from the get-go. So, wanting to bite things is not ideal. It's like, I could bite things, but that would mean walking up to them, and we don't really want to do that with how our character and build and just the way we fight in general is set up.
You're surprised by the sight of a towering skeletal figure. Familiar tucked out in between its ribs. A crest.
Oh. You know, I expected more from you.
We're on
Shattering
R
falls, the crest in its
6.
chest tumbling free. You scan the room, looking for the
You know, I
fallen
said this one
object.
was going to be harder because of things like that boss fight, and then he decides to just be bitch and just get absolutely destroyed. Meanwhile, the archers shooting me as we try to strafe simultaneously against two opponents who are not next to each other, which makes it a little bit awkward to try to strafe. It's a good thing that the tentacles are still effective. Okay. I think we're just gonna not do the optional Lich fight, because why would we do that fight? It's just a lot of extra difficulty that we do not need. Alright, so we do have spawns behind, including Plague Reaper. There we go. Is everything dead here? No, there's Ruins White here. And he chooses to cast Magic Missile, which we are immune to. So that's always a good reason to have a shield wand with you. Of course, I don't need a shield wand because I am a warlock, and I prepared shield as just a spell I can cast on its own. But if you do not have the ability to cast shield on its own, shield wands are your friend. You can just grab them from the marketplace. Aha, they did spawn. Oh, our death aura wore off. There's an archer down here. Oh, there are 3 archers down here. We hit him with that mist. And of course, hitting him with the mist is really going to piss off certain people who don't like it when you mess around with the Outer Rim, but sometimes Underworld Queen just needs to get theirs. Right. So there is a Vengeance Reaper here, which means we are going to try to kill all the stuff that is not the Vengeance Reaper. The other positive thing here is that even if the Vengeance Reaper like that does die, we did kill all the ranged stuff first. So we could very easily kite out the last little zombie that would have like two-shot us. I realize that I am really kind of overtly trusting my tentacles. Because if they had resisted that and all just cast spells at me at the same time, it could have gone very badly for me very quickly.
As the barrier above deactivates.
But it didn't, so it didn't.
The lever is pulled. You notice a distant
Next
quiet
one.
as the barrier above
Next
deactivates.
floor. I always feel like being an elevator attendant here. Stop that. Thank you. Now, one thing I did learn when I was farming this for... I forget what I was farming it for. But I was farming it for something, is that you don't need to fight this dude coming up.
The lever is pulled.
Like,
notice
you
a
can run
distant
past him,
quieting as
grab the
barrier
crest,
above
and then
deactivates.
Dimension Door out. And that's not necessarily because it is too hard, but you can do it just for speed purposes. Or you can do it for, just for convenience, really. It's just like, why bother? So we are going to... We are going to toss AoE down on the archers, because archers are a pain to deal with. Hi. I'm gonna bite you. Of course it doesn't heal me because you're a skeleton. Right, so we're gonna open this door. Cast invisibility.
A faint sense
run
of
over here,
uneasiness.
ignore the red named.
It's as though you're being watched. This crest likely
D-door,
fits the socket of a door
grab the
mechanism.
crest, and we're out. So the caveat there is if you don't have D-door, you can kind of get caught there because the fast exit door, which is like if we'd gone down that hallway and turned left, that door that opens when you kill the red named, well, it doesn't open if you don't kill the red named. Alright, just by the way, spawning, walking through that room, and suddenly you get hit for like 200-ish and crippled. Not ideal. Now, as before, I don't know exactly how I'm going to handle this boss fight, but I do know that I have lots of depravity available to me.
With both crests in place, the
Note
magic
that
barrier
the boss has
fades
not
away.
spawned.
Yet you're
We put in
distracted
both
by the
crests.
sound of clacking bones. A new
Holy
foe has
shit.
arrived.
So, and now the boss has spawned. So, the trick that I was going to show you before I was rudely interrupted by getting two-shot by the Plague and Vengeance Reaper. Ow. Let's see. Where is the shrine? There? Okay. So, what I was going to mention is the boss doesn't spawn until you put both crests in and then you move. But you might have noticed something that the Reapers did spawn, because apparently the spawn activates, but their like crawling out of the ground, actually aggroing animation doesn't activate. So what all hit me? I think I saw a cyclonic blast. Yeah, cyclonic blast hits me for 723 points of damage. Alright, so we are going to run this way. We're going to Jibber's Blade. And we're going to make sure that we can get to some sort of shrine. Because I don't know if that one is on this floor or not. Okay, good. This is a shrine that I can just kind of hit right now. Okay, and now we wait. But yes, stopping to talk about the exact spawning behavior of the boss, and not noticing, by the way, there's a Vengeance Reaper who's going to spawn and hit you for it with a 700 Cyclonic Blast. It's a little tricky there. Right, so now we wait 30 seconds. Then we spawn back in with the Res Shrine. And then the trick is we do not use the Rest Shrine, because we want our depravity. We want to keep our depravity. We are really going to need the ability to use this against the Vengeance Reaper and the boss fight in general. So we're going to use the Res Shrine, and then we're going to rebuff and heal ourselves. And then we're going to go try to grab some of those guys and kite them down here. It is nice that we stay in form even when we die. I don't know if this is as much a thing as it used to be, but because this is one of those things that they worked on and kind of fixed a bunch of stuff with, is that a lot of stances used to disappear much more easily. Oh, sure, teleport to me. Yeah. Alright, why am I slowed? Alright, Plague Reaper down. Vengeance Reaper. In progress. Alright, Vengeance Reaper down. Okay, so we got the big Reaper spawns down. I think I saw at least Burning Bones around here. Where did it go? Okay. How are we on our durations? We will rebuff our Death Aura. We only have 30 seconds on it. How much health does this dude have? 3,000? Sure. Oh, we have a bunch of more archer spawns. Okay, and we're running. We didn't respect some stuff enough. We started taking a bunch of hits for like 300. So, what, if anything, is following us? Because we want to pick off stragglers when they chase us. Alright, go ahead and stand in that, I guess. Sure. Okay. I wanted to kite you, but if you're not willing to chase me, I'll take this as a perfectly viable option. Okay. Okay. I thought there were more archers left alive. I guess we killed them with damage over time stuff at the same time that we ran away. We will actually remember to put our voice on this time for the first quest so far in this whole chain.
You found the icon of the dwarves, bringing
That
you
was like
closer
half
to
hour.
unlocking the
Oh,
mystery of
16
the key to
minutes.
the mythal. Now to
Solar
return to
Gem
the
of
elf
Will,
encampment
and
to report
1
your
artifact
progress.
bonus to will saves. Ooh. That's so amazing. But we did clear it on R6. Where is it? There it is. 6. R6. Which means that the next one, we go up to R7. Which I believe is when we start getting double bonus penalties to things. Right, we already did the speculum, right? I didn't accidentally come straight from here to here, right? That's the safe hold, right? Yeah, the speculum is the safe hold, and we did finish it. Okay, excellent. We're going this way. Okay, it's time to attempt R7. Because we went 1 through 6, we failed at 6, dropped down back to 4. We've gotten back up to 6, succeeded at 6. So it is time to make things harder for ourselves. Which quest is this? Secrets of the Red Wizards. This one has draining mouths in it. And a bunch of other stuff that is going to make things hard for us.
Established a base here in the
So
crumbling
we're gonna
ruins
have
of
to
a
be,
school of the arcane arts.
once again...
Time to find out why the Thayans have come
Wait, no.
from
This is...
the
boss fight might be rough. Besides the boss fight, I'm not too worried, but...
Burst out of the rubble.
That is a Soul of Cruelty. Carrion Crawler. We need that to go away. So if you're not familiar with what I mean by the double bonus debuff thing, there was a patch a while back where they decided that casters were simply too strong. So what they did is they added an extra penalty once you get to R7, where normally in R7 you do 1/4 damage, like 25% damage. If you're using spells, it goes down to 23% damage.
You might think, oh, that's only 2%. That's not much. Except it's not 2 out of 100. It's 2 out of 25. So, as a spellcaster in R7, you're doing 8% less damage than someone who is not casting spells. Because, you know, if you would do 100 in Elite, they will do 25, and you will do 23. And 23 out of 25 is 92, which is why I say it's an 8% reduction. Math! Although, really, all you need to know is, starting at R7, if you're casting spells, you take an extra penalty to damage. Right, so we want to kite out the melee guys first. Okay, and we're dying. And we're dead. Oh, the reason I thought we were dead is because I thought we still had a dot on us. Never mind, now we have a dot on us. Yeah. The dot ticking for 100 per tick is a little bit more than we can handle. We're not going to bother Gibbers blading that. Which is unfortunate because... You know what? Maybe I should just run Spell Absorb. The problem is, I don't have really strong Spell Absorb. I have a cloak that absorbs 5 total spells, and that's going to go away in the first fight. But if it does absorb a dot, that would have done more than my total health, because I think those dots were doing about my total health. Because I had like 700-ish health, and they was ticking for 130? The combat log is full of the, of getting guild buffs, so I can't look back at what it was. But yes, the damage over time effects are very, very difficult to handle. Oh, that's the other thing I could have done. I could have tried to spam the protection from elements. Just spam protection from elements and see what I can do that way. Banker. We're going to see if we can get our Spell Absorb Cloak out of the bank. And I think we have a Spell Absorb Cloak. Dual Cloak. Yeah, there we go. So we have Black Velvet, which we wear most of the time. And then we have a Jeweled Cloak, which we will wear until it runs out of slots. Okay, so... Actually, we can also spend points. Since we have 4 points to spend... We can grab... Do we want to grab Finger of Death? Just to be able to say it's like, that guy dies. Because it... Yeah, we'll try it. SLA, Finger of Death. Quicken. Always on. What's the DC on it? 47. It might do. Alright, we are going there. We will drop to R6. I think this is probably a good policy. And it's a fairly even one to apply. Before, we tried twice and then dropped 2. I think that our standard rule set here that we should adhere to is we drop skulls by 1 each time we die, and we raise it by 1 each time we succeed. I think that's probably a good balance
flocked here to learn the arcane arts,
for not getting stuck.
here
and
those
for
apprentices
progressing
died
upwards.
during the titanic battle in which Mythdrano
Okay,
fell.
so we're doing this and this.
The Red Wizards have established a base here in the crumbling ruins of a school of arcane arts. Trying to find
I
out
always
what
mistake
the
these for the other things. Like, these are just carrion crawlers.
carrion crawlers burst out of the rubble.
They are not the Chaos Caster things. But it is still R6, so we still do need to be somewhat careful when fighting things. Because, you know, just because it could be worse. There we go. Again. Nyax biting cold. Ticking for 60. I cast protection from cold. It eats through it immediately. I did not know I had this companion out, so I just scrolled up and suddenly... face. Okay, so yeah, the necromancers are a problem. We will just straight up wear the
Red Wizards want to use
spell
the
absorb
vessel
for
to
now.
channel the necromantic
We'll see how long
power
it
of
lasts.
everyone who has ever
I don't
died
expect
in
it will,
A grim plan indeed.
but we'll see. One down. Two down. Okay. Maybe we only wear it when we know there are casters that we're actually worried about. Which the fire elementals are not. So this is where we have the spiders. Okay. You. Alright, a little bit of spider kiting. Well, kiting. Spider kiting is something else entirely. Yep, hitting me for like 200 a shot. To be expected. I always forget which way to go. Let's go this way. Maybe this is the right way. Maybe that's not the right way. Maybe we shouldn't have gone that way. It's like I turned the corner. It's like Despair Reaper. It's like, I was wrong. I was wrong. Let's not and say we didn't. But yeah, the debuff is substantial. It's not too bad since he only got 2 stacks off. Because I know there are multiple routes through this quest, but I don't remember what all of those routes are. That's a hero soul. Okay, what are we at? Recasting auras and displacement, and moving forward.
This was once a student dormitory. Yet who knows what evil creatures have made this place their home in the long years since the city fell.
That's a Despair Reaper. We are going to switch to Utter Dark Blast because we have the dudes. Do these things have the Janus mask on them? Is that what that is? Like the tragedy Janus mask? There's one more up here, right? So I don't want to swap yet. I don't want to swap off to doing force damage again. Yeah. There are, in fact, 2 more up here. Actually, are these guys... They are immune. As we very carefully go in, because... Oh, I forget which way to go.
An illusory image of long-dead students flickers in a corner. A lingering reminder of what this school must have been like in happier times.
Pop. Hold up a sec. This is ranged? I thought it was touched, like bite. Target an enemy at touch range. Why did it go off and hit that guy across the room? Okay. That's a really long touch range. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't understand why the touch range is across the room, but I'll take it. Also, I'm pretty sure I went the wrong way. Feeling more and more like the wrong way by the second. Oh, I barely even saw that circle. Okay, another Despair Reaper. We are getting a lot of the higher tier Reapers here. We have, this is why we're not healing. We don't have our healing spells running. Okay, alright, making progress. We're just following the moon sigil, which is probably incorrect. Mostly I say that because I know that if I had taken the right way, I would have been closer to where I wanted to be by now.
Burst out into the main air, high up on the school's roof.
That's true. We do need to be careful which circles we socialize in. Although, depending on which circles you socialize in, they might tell you different things about which kinds you need to avoid. Because, for some people, we're back in the McCarthy era, and you need to be wary of, like, the communists that are everywhere. To some, it's fascists everywhere. And all of these people are going to use different definitions for what each of those words mean. So, it does make it a little bit harder to figure things out, really. I think we're just going to walk straight across and see what happens, even though I'm not sure that's the right way. Alright, there are casters at the end here. Oh, but they're just adepts. And so much for my spell absorb, because he cast Magic Missile and ate all of my charges at once. So now I don't have spell absorb for this part, where I could really use it.
Classroom wing of the school.
Note that I did put up like 400 temp health before I turned that corner. And then what happened is draining mouths exist and just insta-gib. It's like, I'm sorry, did you want to do anything? No? You didn't want to do anything. You wanted to die as soon as you turned that corner. Oh look, we got the skeletal guards down. So we got that going for us, which is nice. Alright. I was not expecting another skeletal guard right there. Yeah, so the draining mouths just kind of look at you and like, you're taking 100 damage now. Oh right, they keep resurrecting the skeletal guards. So we need to take out the necromancer. But we also need to take out the draining mouths. Okay. More draining mouths down. Again, we got a cold dot on us. It ticks for 100 a shot. Come back, we heal. There we go. Taking so much damage just for like turning the corner, it makes it really hard to deal with these guys. And we're gonna have another bit of difficulty on this side for much the same reason. Oh, that's not good. So we ran out of spell components for tentacles. So we no longer have our primary crowd control spell for the rest of this quest. The adepts are not so hard to deal with. It's the necromancers that are the problem. There are draining mouths in here, right? They just don't spawn until I get a little closer? Guess not. I thought there was one on each side here. So, okay. There's one down. But we are very careful here. What kind is he? You're not going to tell me? It's an adept, it's a light bearer. Okay, alright, good, we're good, we're good. Got a crest. We pull a lever. I think there are guys like right on the other side of this door as soon as you open it. No? Oh, interesting. You can just kind of chain those. I had not realized that you can just straight up do mists into call the mists. Be like, hey, those guys get to die now. And I missed the door. I tried to cast the tentacles, but of course it didn't work because obviously it didn't work. Okay. So we nearly died there, but we didn't. We lived by a little bit. We're still in combat, I think, because of how little we're healing. Get extra temp health. Once again, I messed up and tried to cast tentacles. But we can't cast tentacles because we don't have the spell components. How much health are you at? Half. Okay, we got him. We needed to throw single target stuff at him. So I think we are going to have to shrine. And then we're going to have to go fight some extra groups to get our depravity back for the boss fight.
The Red Wizard Lich assigned to tap into the Mythal has his own secret plan. Divert part of the Mythal's power into his own phylactery. His phylactery is apparently hidden away somewhere.
Okay, so we're going to rest here.
Honor Glim.
Get some of our max health back because we used a lot of staunches. Like, we're down to 550 max health when it should be over 700, I believe. Yeah, 730. And then we have to go fight things so that we have charges so we can get temp health for the boss fight. Because otherwise, chances of us living are very, very low. Also, it gets back our spell absorb charges. So that's another benefit. Also, it means I can maybe, by going backwards through here, remember where's the correct order. Or the champion might just run up to me and hit me for like 400. Now, actually, I need to kite back this way. Yeah, that's why. I need to kite back this way because there's a Fear Reaper. Now, one thing here is that worst case scenario is that yeah. Oh, was that the Fear Reaper dot? It was. Okay, I let it stack too many times. Worst case scenario is we're right here. We're still next to the res shrine. So we died, but we can res. No big deal. Oh, right. I was too far away. It's fine. We have 13 seconds left. Okay, 3 seconds left. And we can see why I need that depravity, because it is my main source of defense and sustain. And without it, like, I even used one charge of it, and it just did not go well for us. So we want to use our Eldritch Blasts on things.
The school's dim, dank cellars.
Okay, here we are in the cellars. Oh, we need to swap. Okay. Yes, we could kill him faster if we did this differently. But we're trying to build up stacks. And we're building up a few. We're up to 6, which is almost enough for 1 shot of temporary health. Where's the big dude? Of course, the big dude down here might simply kill us. That's a famine reaper. That also might simply kill us. Okay, good. As long as we don't get burst down, we can just kind of rely on our auras to heal us up over time. And if we're doing that, then we don't need to use our depravity charges. I'm not going to open up stuff to fight the optional, though. Which way did we come from? We came from this way. So this would have been the correct route, which is after the spiders, you turn left and come down this ramp, and then you just run straight in. I don't know if there's still guys here, or if this is where we were before, but we'll take a look. Oh yeah, so this is where we should have turned left. Yeah, that's it. You turn left, you go downstairs, and then you just run straight. I can't always, or I always forget. I got crossed up halfway between the two. I keep forgetting whether to go up or down, and the answer is go down and then go straight. Just go down and straight, and then follow the path. And now we can go into the final boss fight with 11 charges of depravity. Which is not as good as going in with 40, but it's better than 0. So we'll put up our short-term buffs again. We'll refresh our absorb shields.
The Red Wizards are deep in conversation and haven't noticed your presence.
This artifact is of no use to us. Track down the last location of that wizard.
How long does this last? 20 seconds?
He was one of the creators of the
seconds.
Mythil.
Okay.
It will not be simple, but you are a necromancer after all.
With that, the Red Wizard stalks off. The time for eavesdropping is over. You've been detected.
Ow. Okay. We made risky decisions there. I was gonna say we did bad decisions, but we made bad decisions by taking a bunch of risks there that we weren't gonna get hit by another follow-up chunk of like 400 or 500 damage from the it's not polar ray. What is the scorching ray? Scorching ray, where they hit you with like 3 or 4 different instances of 100 to 200 damage. Okay, we're gonna put our spell absorb on, and then we're gonna start off with temp health because we need it, and we know we're gonna need it. Okay. Bone guard. Getting body blocked and then almost hit by the what? By the thing. Alright, bone guard down again. Gotcha. Okay, So we did manage it on R6. Just hurts a lot. It required a lot of running around. But we did make it. And for our reward, we get the Periapt of Dexterity. Yay! And a Caustic Longsword. Okay, but that does mean that because we beat it on R6, next one is R7. Now, the real kicker here is going to be for something like
This was a
Times
fabled
Long
school of
Past.
wizardry.
If I successfully complete the whole thing on a higher difficulty,
When the Empire was at its height.
except for the end,
Here those apprentices died.
and
during
then
the titanic battle in which Mythdraenor fell.
I died to, like, the dragon, the last boss. But I don't think we're even gonna get there, as it is after midnight, so I think we're gonna just do one more shot at one more quest. Which is gonna be a long one. So it might be difficult. Oh, wait, no, nope. We almost forgot. We need to go to town and get spell components, because trying to do long and difficult quests without tentacles is not a good idea. Okay. Do you sell spell components? You do. Excellent. Which ones do I need? So I do like the thing they did a while back where they changed the wording of these. Like, they used to just be this second part, like pinches of sand, eyelashes of gum Arabic. And then they changed it really early morning in Sweden. Ah, well. Oh, true. Well, it's not that early, is it? Sweden should be 7 hours ahead of here? 6 hours ahead of here? I'm probably off by 1 because of daylight savings. Because I know that they're desynced. And I don't know if Sweden does it at all. $6 a.m. Alright, yeah, so 6 hours difference. Okay, so now we have our spell components. We can get back out there and do a crime. The crime of trying to do things that are too difficult for us. But, you know, sometimes crimes are the best way to do things. Take me to just outside the speculum, please. There we go. Oh, we have an ad break coming up, so I will encourage everyone else to take your, your health and wellness ad break. I'll go ahead and click the ad button now. I will not be taking my health and wellness this time because I'm not taking good care of myself. Or more likely because I will use this time to run through the wilderness because the quest is far away. So I will see everyone in 3 minutes. After these messages, we'll be right back. We won't start the quest without you. And of course, if you are not getting ads, whether for whatever reason that you are not getting ads, you can join me as we ride through the wilderness to get to the next quest. So we're not even going to finish this saga tonight, which is to be expected. We would have been done a long time ago if we'd just been in R1. But, that's not how things go. We've chosen to make things more difficult, which does make them more time-consuming. And that is just how that goes. But I think it's more fun and probably a bit more entertaining, too, for everyone watching. Alright, we want to go this way. We are verging to the wrong direction. There we go. Oh. We are once again verging the wrong direction. Sharp turn to the left. And then a step to the right. Alright, we have made it to the quest entrance, so I will take a quick BRB myself. And we'll start the quest when we return. Oh, you can't see any tell on which server I'm on. We are on Thrain. So I think I have it in the tags, but that's much less visible than if I had something on screen or in the title, which I should probably put it one of those two places, if not both. Although the title is already getting pretty long. Not the longest I've seen on Twitch, but with the advertising the code in there, it takes up a big chunk of title space. But yes, we are on Thrain. We were on Cannith before, and now we're on Thrain. And now, we're going to try to do this quest. And what's likely going to happen is we are likely going to die, because it is R7.
You enter a dark chamber. The only
But
wisps of light
this
trailing
has
on the
been the goal of the evening, is we are limits testing.
You come here looking for the
We made a build.
entrance to Ildren's tomb.
The build
Key
is
to the mythos
not that unique from prior builds I have done, because I've done Warlock builds before.
You find a
But we're seeing what can happen with just a collection of
hidden beneath the
gear that I have, which is good enough,
You emerge from
and
the
a build that is
stairwell
good
of a
enough,
massive
and
chamber.
it appears that a build that is good enough with a character with this many past lives, obviously. Like, if I had this same build
The tiles
and same
creak
gear
beneath your feet.
on a character that had no past lives, we would not be having the same level of success in Reapers.
Further down the hall, you spot a group of armors.
Because while you don't get a ton of extra damage from past lives, you do get a ton of extra survivability from past lives.
Against the wall in this room.
And we've got a lot of extra health. We've got a lot of health from things like Reaper points.
Shining pearlescent orbs cast
And,
dangerous
yeah.
spells in the room
We're
before
currently on
you.
Thrain as well. Your main is Moon, Sea, and second is Shadowdale. That would track, since you said you're in Sweden. I know at least one of those is the supposedly the European server. And I only say supposedly because I don't think, technically speaking, there are any located in Europe. Like, I'm pretty sure one is designated as the quote-unquote the Europe server because various Euro people play there. But I think all of the servers are located in the US, so it's not like there is a Euro server that you play on in order to get better ping. Yeah, Moonsea is oh, it is located in Holland. Neat. So they did co-locate one. That's good. EDO has enough lag without also dealing with server location issues.
Crumbled, leaving only thin walkways for you to step across.
Strafing, strafing. And this is why we were strafing, because as soon as we step forward, we take 500 damage. Okay, alright, this is fine. Everything is fine. Just gonna put this back up again. Yeah, we're at 600 health. 400 of it is temp health. Also, we're healing slowly, which means we're in combat with something still, which is problematic. Where? Is it above me or below me? If I can hear it casting. There it is. There we go. We can put you in the mists. Alright, this does... Inside of Dread Mist Zone, it deals extra damage for each stack of Growing Dread. So... I guess because they have super high spell resistance, Wisps are immune to the Growing Dread. Because I looked at their debuffs to see how many stacks they had before I wanted to, like, peek out and cast the spell on them, and I didn't see any debuffs on them from my Mist. I saw the ones from Consume and Stricken, but that's it. Right, that goes that way, this goes this way. Definitely don't want anything going into this cross. So this goes out this way. This isn't required to go that way. Okay, that handles all of that. No, it doesn't. Go that way. That's all set. This has to come all the way around the other side. Just like Trailer Park Girls, we gotta go round the outside, round the outside, round the outside. And then... Alright, so that's linked up. Come on. There we go. Okay, excellent.
With all the rooms lit, a passage opens in the side of the room. You hear the click of the door ahead unlocking.
They're just like, here, take 100 damage. Here, take 100 damage. Here, take 100 damage.
thought there was one left. No? Yep, gonna walk up. Here, take 100 damage. Alright, we opened a side passage. I think this is just for a shrine, though. Like, I don't think there's progression or anything in here. Yeah. Collectible and shrine. But it does mean that we have a door open to a shrine if we should happen to die and need to retreat.
The Spectre guards this room, defending the lever on the back wall.
Oh boy. We want the wisps first, because we can't kite them. Oh, there's... That's fireball. Okay, this is fine. It's fine, we kite him out.
The Spectre vanishes in a
He hits less hard than the random elemental specters. Okay. Get to pull this. Alright, 1 out of 4 down. And now we can go back to the wisp room and drop down. I think there's one wisp down here that we need to deal with. Dodge the lightning bolt. Curse you! You blocked the damage I was going to do to the Fury Reaper. Yeah, that was really unfortunate that I couldn't land my Stricken or Consume on the Fury Reaper because there was a dude in the way. Alright, I shouldn't say I couldn't. I failed to because I didn't position myself correctly. I saw the guy in the way, I thought maybe it would land, and I was wrong. And I didn't properly take that into account. So that's not something you can blame the game for. It's like, oh, there was a guy in the way. It's like, yeah, it put a guy in the way. Then it's your job to, you know, step past the guy or around the guy so he's no longer in the way.
Flames roar to life when you enter the room. On the back wall, you see a large purple crystal that matches the one on the door at the front of the tomb.
Alright, we're gonna see if we can get the Famine Reaper to teleport to us.
From the flames. Undead enemies rise from their posts and attack.
Come on, Famine Reaper. I know you want to teleport to me. Oh, look, my displacement wore off. No? Okay. I'm pretty sure there are Helmed Horrors in there, so we're going to switch to Underdark Blast. Alright. Go in with temp health already on. Drop some mists. Getting an unexpected amount of value out of the out of my freezing helm.
The mummy moans
Okay.
as it dissolves into dust.
That went better than expected. They didn't even eat a bunch of charges on my spell absorb.
You pull the lever. The purple crystal lights up, emitting a soft glow in the darkness.
It's 2 on one side down, 2 on the other side to go. R7 has so far been a little tricky, especially with the specters and all that are spamming lightning at me. But, you know,
we've got 2 out of 4 crystals lit. If only that meant that we were halfway through the quest, because it does not. This quest is like 2 or 3 different quests tacked onto each other. Like, that's how long it is. Not just how long it is, but how long it feels. And I say that because there are certain things that make a quest feel like it is complete. Like, you'd think, okay, we have 4 crystals. We go 2 crystals, we go 2 crystals. And then after that, we fight a boss, and that's the end of the quest. That's not how this quest goes. This quest, like, that's just to get to what is basically what feels like the next, like, part of the quest. Or what to me feels like the next part of the quest. Which is like, okay, now you're in this other section, and you have to put these 3 things on these 3 pillars. Like, okay. How are we doing on depravity? We're doing okay on depravity, but we've used it like 6 times now. And because we've used it like 6 times now, we're starting to get a little bit lower on health. Now, one good thing about fighting wisps with this build is that we are not using any of the elements that wisps are naturally immune to. Like, they can be a pain on a lot of builds because they're immune to things like acid. But we're not using acid, we're using evil, and they're not immune to it. We're gonna kite these guys out first. Then we're gonna circle back to try to grab the wisps. I think we might have already killed them, though. So, that's nice. Step around the corner, get some damage in. Excellent. I wasn't expecting them all to have already been triggered and alive, but that is a Vengeance Reaper. Let's do some out-of-combat healing. Then we can pull the Vengeance Reaper. Excuse you. Like, I wonder if that would still happen if I had locked my bars. Because I went to put on my Spell Absorb piece. And I like just kind of dragged it a little bit. It went like, doop. Like, no, that's not what we wanted. Also, I don't appreciate him dispelling my spells. What R is this? 7. We are on R7. So we started out in R1, and we went gradually up, and then we failed a quest on R6, and then we failed it on R6 again, and then we dropped back down to R4, and then we beat it on R4, and then the next one on R5, and the next one on R6. So we are up to 7 again.
Elegant elven figures.
Which is why we are kind of running scared.
In this dim hall.
Because we are at the point that it is quite difficult for us. Also, welcome in, I'm Tenacious. Glad to have you here.
The orcs cease their casting. A passage opens in the side of the room.
Ow. That's right, get webbed. Yeah, but we're getting chewed up by a lot of spells. Alright, wait. Can I open this door just in case I die and I need to run to a shrine? No. It's crystal control. How's lag been? I have yet to run into a lag spike tonight. So, actually, it's been several weeks now that lag has been basically non-existent. So, which is in fact why I'm on this class at all. Because I was specifically avoiding... Oh, hello. I hit the wrong button. I hit this instead of that. And we died for it. Let's see, what hit us? Oh, Black Dragon Bolt. Oh, he casts Black Dragon Bolt and it ticks for 300. That's gonna be rough. The good news is he only has 1200 health. The bad news is we're on R7. I'm not doing that much damage. But yeah, so I had specifically not bought Lamortia like when it came out, or for a while after it came out, because the lag had been so bad. It's just like I'm barely ever playing the game because the lag is so bad. I'm not going to buy the expansion pack. And then for I want to say close to a month now, if not at least a month, the lag is back to normal or even better than it was before. So that's been good. All right, so where is the nearest shrine? It's in there. Okay, so in order to get out of this, this is a Gibbers and then D door to get to shrine. Got it. Okay. Gibbers. D door. There's a shrine right here, but I don't see one. Oh, it's the end of... Okay. Can I get close enough to a shrine in this time is the question, though. I need to go to the right. I shouldn't have cast that spell on him. How long do we have? 12 seconds. Three, two. Okay. Let's see. Out of range. In range. Alright, we can make it. We just need to wait for the Reaper Death Timer to wear off. But yeah, chances are I'm going to walk back into him. See, I had hoped that he was in range, that I could hit him with Consume and Stricken, so he would take a chunk of damage when I ran away. But unfortunately, he was slightly too far away. The main question here is, do I use the Rest Shrine? And I think the answer is no. Because dying has reset our debuff from Stanch, and we have 40 Depravity. When you expire from Jibs, is that considered 1 death or 2? 1. But it's 2 total, because you died the first time, and then you die the second time when you die on Gibbers. So, yeah, that's why we have 2 here. 1 when the boss killed me, 1 when Gibbers ran out. Which is, you know, not the worst. But yes, we have Stanch charges. Or we have Depravity, rather. Hold up. Going through Dimension Door dispels Death Aura? Why? Because I know I cast those. And then as soon as I went through the D door, they got dispelled. Very odd. Because it says SG, I suppose so. That's as good a reason as any, and it's often the best reason that we have. Oh, speaking of which, I need to switch to Spell Absorb. So hopefully the first thing he casts is Black Dragon Bolt. And the Spell Absorb is going to save me like 1,000 damage. So let's see here. Alright, so this is where we last saw him. So we're going to refresh our shortest term buffs. We're going to put up our temporary health. And we're going to see what we can do about killing Acid Bro here.
The spectre disappears in a shivering mist.
Okay, we got him.
A door on the side
And
of
it
the
didn't even
chamber.
eat our Spell Absorb charges. We just had to wait for the Acid Rain to go away. Okay. It took our gibbers and a little bit of running around, but we made it. So also we can switch this again. That is a wisp. That is a bunch of wisps. I made the same mistake, but opposite. Well, I made multiple mistakes. One, as soon as I saw the triple wisp spawn instead of single wisp I was expecting, I should have backed out of the room to kite away. Two, I made the same fat finger mistake in the other direction. Last time, I hit this instead of temp health. This time, I hit that instead of temp health. Alright. So we have failed R7. We're going to come back on R6. Where we will do significantly more damage. And you might think, well, damage hasn't been the problem. It's like, you keep dying. It's like, well, I keep dying because they're not dying. I will be able to live much easier if they are dead before me. Yeah, let's see. Actually, I want to double check the numbers because I don't have them memorized. Because as we were talking about a little bit earlier, R7 is where you start getting the extra penalties for casting spells. So the difference in damage output from R6 and R7 is, let's see, let's do a little bit of math. We go from 23% to 30.3%, which is approximately, alright, so that's 7 out of 23. So we're going to say we're going to be doing 30% more damage than we were before. Just from one skull difference, going from 7 to 6. We'll be doing 30% more damage. So that's how that goes. Oh, I did have something notify me that it was worn, so we will repair our gear. We don't feel like getting our gear broken. Repair. Oh yeah, everything is damaged. There we go. And we will, you know, we are marked for death, so it'll take a bit, but, you know, just outside the speculum, thank you very much. Enter. And we want to go all the way up there. What if we take this route instead? This seems like a more direct route. But let us see. Yeah, seems like we're on our way. So yes, we'll be dropping R6. We'll be doing 30% more damage. Let's see. What is the other differences? Oh, that's right. Healing gets way better. 16%. No. Yeah, 16% instead of 12%. So we're going to do a full third more healing. Which, if that's a little bit too abstract, it's like, if my healing aura was ticking for like 50, now it'll be ticking for like 67. So, you know, not huge numbers, but when it's something like an aura that's ticking continuously, it makes a difference. Gotta head out for a bit? Will lurk. Good luck on R6. Yes, thank you very much. I will need it. Because it is a long quest, which means lots of opportunities for RNG to screw me over. Just by, like, spawning a pair of Vengeance Reapers or something like that. Because we are an R6, and Vengeance and Despair Reapers can definitely spawn here. Oh, yeah. Thank you for the follow, I am tenacious. Reset. Yes. Reaper R6. Okay. Once more into the breach.
You enter a dark chamber, the only wisps of light trailing in from a few flanking windows. You have come here looking for the entrance to Ildreneth's tomb, where the key to the mythal is safe.
We are searching for the key. We do need to shrine at some point to get our gibbers back, but it's still got like 15 minutes on its cooldown anyway.
Corner of the room. Pulling it
Also, because we died and we haven't shrined, we still have all of our depravity charges.
You emerge from the stairwell into a massive chamber.
Okay. Time to get overconfident because we've gone to quote-unquote easy mode, which is R6 instead of 7.
The tiles creak beneath your feet. Your breath
And then get punished for getting overconfident. Yeah.
Further down the hall, you spot a group of armors. They slowly awaken at your presence.
Go. We go this way.
Shining pearlescent orbs cast dangerous spells in the room.
Oh, yeah, we took 200 from that trap. Here we go. All right. The difficulty really is astounding. Or the, it feels so much different. Now, it might just be that I haven't run into the same types of enemies that were wrecking me. Yeah, there we go. There we go. As soon as I say it, one of them spawns, and it's just like, so, I heard you talking shit.
The floor in this chamber have crumbled, leaving only thin walkways for you to step across.
Where's the, oh. I was expecting the Reaper to step in, not the Wisp, but we'll take the Wisp getting killed there. That works for me. Okay. Our healing auras wore off, so we get those back. So it looks like, see, because we can look at their harmful effect, and we can see that they're not getting stacks of the mist on them. So this doesn't do much damage. Oh, that's not good. I think that's a mark of law, because it did me random force damage. Alright, I'm in combat with something. Oh, there it is. If you didn't know that about the hitbox on what's it called? On this. It has a ridiculous vertical hitbox. So you can see I was just throwing it straight ahead from up top, and it hit the guy in the bottom. So if you didn't know that, now you do. It's got a huge vertical hitbox, so you can hit a lot more guys than you think you can. Which is one reason why I don't feel the need to also run chain, because it is quite effective on its own for getting guys on balconies, just because the hitbox is large enough to get the guys on balconies.
Out over the floor.
All right. Okay, this goes this way, this goes this way. These go that way. We need to not set off the pillars. That is how this room works. It's a game of not setting these things off. So see, that's set up. That's set up. We come over this way. This one has to go around this way. This one needs to get turned that way, that way, that way. And let's see, this needs to go around. I think this part has multiple solutions, but it's fine. Alright, so we want to definitely put this back up and our healing auras back up, because as soon as we pull this, we get into a fight with a bunch of guys who are going to spam lightning at us.
With all the rooms lit, a passage opens in the side of the room.
But who also blink out of existence, so you can't just use your abilities to hit them. It's very hard to dodge this many. Like, normally you can dodge a lot of lightning bolts by strafing, but it's hard to strafe guys who are like on all sides of you at once. Like, with one guy, as you can see, it's relatively easy. I say as I get hit at the end, but I dodged several of them because lightning bolts tend to go straight forward, and if you're moving left and right, then
Defending the lever on the back corner.
sometimes they just don't get you.
The spectre vanishes in a sputtering of flames.
Alright, more wisps. The big trick with fighting wisps is that wisps are immune to crowd control. Which makes them a little bit harder to deal with. Also, this Famine Reaper, despite not being one of the melee Reapers, makes it much harder for me to deal with these guys, because he's like, oh, I kind of swung my hand kind of near you, so now you're slowed. It's fine though. We make it through. We win those. Now we head back this way and down below. So you can see that while we are still taking damage and we are still having a variety of close calls of different sorts, it is significantly easier to burn guys down before they can hurt us that much more. Why another Spectral Guardian? I thought I was dealing with mages. In particular, skeletal mages. Which, being corporeal, means I can crowd control them. Unlike the stupid other guys who I can't crowd control at all. Back to healing auras.
Flames roar
All
to
right,
life
this
when you
one.
enter the room.
Switch to
On
Utter
the
Dark
back wall,
Blast.
you see a nice purple crystal. The match
Okay,
is
so it
the
is
one on the door at
like
the
it's a
front of
time
the
delay
room.
after you open the.
You sense it.
That
There,
is a Famine
despite
Reaper.
the warmth from the flames,
Funeros, welcome. We have failed this quest on R7, so we have dropped it to R6. And we're seeing how that's going for us. It's going better than R7 was. But welcome in. What were you up to? What were you doing? Lever is out of range. It's right here.
You pull the lever. The purple crystal lights up, emitting a soft glow in the darkness.
What chaos are we up to? Well, it is a very organized chaos in that we have set up a system to deliberately cause chaos. And the system is as thus. We run a quest. If we beat the quest, next one, the skulls go up by 1. And if we die, the skulls go down by 1. And so we started at R1, and then we went to do more, and now we just failed R7 and we're down to R6 again. So the other thing is I have not done the whole Dark Bargainer thing before, so I'm not using the Mist's Well and things of that nature. But I have played Warlock before, and it is, at its core, a Warlock, so I'm familiar with the basic mechanics. You know, wrap them in tentacles, wrap them in webs, win. Kite backwards. It also helps that this character has just, like, a ton of lives. So it's not quite the same as, like, doing a first life soul. Come on. Stupid internal cooldown. Oh boy. The hell is hitting me for 400? Where is it? Chain Lightning. Yeah, he's just spamming Chain Lightning for 400 a shot. Unfortunately, because I didn't rest, I don't have Gibbers. So we're dropping to R5. You start mainly on R1 from level 4 and just mainly do R all life. Yeah, that's standard. Like, if I'm just going for a quick leveling, obviously, you just set it on R1 and you cruise through it. This is more of just like a fun challenge mode sort of thing. I mean, the other thing would be, you know, if I were opening the group instead of just doing solo. If I, even just having like 1, maybe 2 more people would mean that the R6s and all would be relatively easy. But I'm actually somewhat surprised by how well we've been doing. It's something that's actually one of the reasons that I've done this a couple times in the past, is that oftentimes it's sort of like a you don't know what you don't know sort of thing. And I think the first one that surprised me was I was a paladin. Oh, we are on Thrain. Thrain is where we are. We were on Cannith, and now we are on Thrain. But there was a paladin I was on, and I did this in epics for the Caught in the Web flagging chain, which meant by the time I got to Demon Web, it was 6, 7, and 8. And, well, that went quite well. Like, I didn't think I would actually manage to pull that off, and then I did. So it's sort of an interesting way to sort of test the limits and learn that maybe you can do stuff that you didn't think you could actually do. Which I think is kind of fun. So, alright, back to Gatekeeper's Grove. We stayed here long enough that it reset our stacks of everything. And we go back in R5. And we're just going to run into... So the trick with this particular quest is that because it is such a long quest, there is a good chance that at some point, RNG is going to get us. Just because that's how RNG works. If there's a 1% chance that you're going to get screwed over by something, well, and it's a short quest, so you only have, 10 chances of that happening, it's not that likely. If it's a long quest, and you're going to roll that dice 100 times, you start to get pretty decent odds that 1%, that's going to happen at some point. Any given roll, still odds are 1%, because that's how probabilities work. They don't stack up, they don't change. That's the gambler's fallacy, and we do not like the gambler's fallacy here. What we prefer is having something just solid and that we know exactly how it works. And that is that over the course of 100 rolls, the odds will change for, will I get this 1% chance at least one time? Which is different than, will I get it on the 100th time specifically? So if you're not familiar with the actual gambler's fallacy, it's essentially can be phrased as like thinking certain odds are due. Like, if you flip a coin 4 times and you got heads every time, that means tails has better than 50-50 odds now, because it's a 50-50 chance, and you just saw heads 4 times in a row. So obviously, you need a tails to even it out. But that's not how randomness works. Randomness means that the odds of getting 4 heads in a row and 4 tails in a row are the same. It's the same odds as getting like heads, tails, or tails, 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 heads. They are all equally likely. I will note, this is only if order matters. If order doesn't matter, then you end up with more of a bell curve thing, because that's how that works. Much like, and it's pretty easy to explain that, which is like, if you flip a coin twice, you can either get both heads, both tails, or you can get tails then heads, or heads then tails. So you're more likely to get 1 and 1 than you are to get both of the same thing, just because you can get them in different orders. But you still have a 1 in 4 chance of each order.
The tiles creak beneath.
We'll see how many people I drive away if I talk about statistics more. Statistics and probabilities, oh my. Also, I might just die to the Carnage Reaper and be like, aha, well, I guess I have to go in R4 now. Because we did drop to R5. Oh, hi. That's the wrong button. That's a slightly better button. There we go. Oh, just swings for 100. This is fine. Our Death Aura will heal us up a little bit over time. We're still in combat, and I can tell because our heals aren't landing for much. Oh, there we go. Heals are back up.
Shining pearlescent orbs cast dangerous spells in the room before you.
Wait, why did one only hit for... Oh, I made a save on the first one. It's like, wait, why did the second one hit for twice as much as the first one? It's like, no. Think about that the other way around. It's that we got lucky and the first one hit for half damage and the second one hit for normal damage. Right. Note that we did stand far, far away so that we could kill those before we pulled the Vengeance Reaper. There we go. Vengeance Reaper down, and kited away from things, so he wasn't gonna buff the guys on the other side of this door. Also, this is my favorite touch range spell. Because it is, it's not touch range at all! It's just amazing how much faster everything dies even changing skulls by like 1 at a time. Like, it was particularly remarkable going from 7 to 6 because 7 has the extra anti-spell debuff. But even going from 6 to 5,
crumbled, leaving only thin walkways for you to step across.
alright, I should do this. Since I'm not fighting helmed horrors anymore. Okay. Just hold down the button, and they die. And one should spawn right on my face as I walk over here. Oh, yep, there it is. See, so much easier when you can use one set of spell cooldowns to kill it,
Massive tile sprawls out
as
over the
opposed
floor.
to having to use a set of cooldowns and then run around trying not to die while you wait for your second set of cooldowns to come back. Oh wait, no, this definitely needs to not be there. There we go. 2, 3, this needs to come all the way around. I was already decent at this puzzle, but I'm getting more practice than I really wanted. Okay, this goes here, this goes here, it's there. Right, that way, that way. This way. That's probably it. It is not it. I've messed up. Now I can't really effectively burst these guys down because they go immune and invisible as soon as they spawn. Okay, what do we need? Bop 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 bop. This. How have I messed this up? See? See, he pops out, he hits you with a spell, and then he's like, well, you can't hurt me now. Okay, that needs to go there, this needs to go here. This goes this way. There we go.
With all the rooms
Excellent.
lit, a passage opens in the
We
side
made it.
of the room.
We made it after all that.
You hear the click of
After
the
messing it up
door
repeatedly.
unlocking.
We finally got it.
Spectre guards this room, defending the lever on the back door.
I should not have walked into this room. This was a bad idea. Fortunately, we can kind of circle kite around so that fewer of the spells hit us. And we got lucky in that we didn't get hit with any creepers in here. So we've got that going for us, which was nice. Grab that remnant. Grab this remnant. So that is 1 out of 4 down. Okay, we have a spellcaster spirit thing coming for us somewhere around here. It's somewhere around here. There it is, right? Wait, did we get it or not? We did! Excellent. It's hard to tell because I was like, wait, did it just go invisible? Or did it actually die? In this case, it did actually die. So, that's nice.
Flames
Oh wait,
roar
we need to
life
switch
when
this.
you enter the room.
And the reason we need to switch that is because Helmed Horrors heal from force damage.
Matches the one on the door at the front of the door.
And a good chunk of our damage is force.
The mummy moans
There we go.
mournfully as it dissolves.
And they don't even heal like 1-to-1 because I don't know exactly what it is, but
Purple
it might
crystal
be
lights
that
up, emitting
the
a soft glow
normal
in the
damage gets hit with damage reduction, but the stuff that heals them doesn't get hit with a damage reduction. So even if I would have done like 150 evil and 50 force, you still end up breaking even. Because the healing stuff just hits harder. I haven't tested exactly why that is, but it is something I have definitely observed repeatedly. Hi. Bite you for 90. Well, I don't know how much damage you dealt. I bite you to heal for 90. Okay. Stood still to land our crowd control. It's so far worked out okay for us. Okay. We got wisps. Try to strafe back and forth, avoid lightning bolts. Got guardians. More wisps, this time champion. This time dead. Flameborn goes down? Question mark? Excellent. That's family. The hell? Famine Reaper's Polar Ray hits you for a total of 500 points of cold damage. This is what I mentioned earlier. Disrespecting it, because it's so much easier. Easier does not mean easy. You still need to keep in mind, when a pull happens, what here can kill me? And the answer here is, that is still an R5 Famine Reaper. It still has Polar Ray. It still has Cyclonic Blast. So, on the plus side, we do have Dimension Door. On the downside, we did have only 1 minute left until ads. So we are going to take our 3-minute ad break. For anyone who came in with a raid or whatnot, we like to use our ad breaks to give everyone a break. After these messages, we'll be right back and all that. So we're gonna, stretch our legs. We're gonna not stare at screens for a couple minutes. We're gonna refill our drink, grab a snack, all that good stuff. And I'll see you in 3-ish minutes, and we'll try this again with our gibbers. Alright. We are back. And it's time for us to run away. So we are going to Gibbers. Go to D-Door. Do a 1 round of spells. And get running. Because it takes a bit to get to the shrines. Fortunately, or unfortunately, we did this run before, so we know how it goes. We know we need to get to this shrine, and we know we will have enough time to do it, because last time we made this run, we stopped to fight a little bit more before we ran to the shrine. And this time, we only did like a really quick spell rotation. Oh no! You know what we did better last time? Last time we opened this door in case we died. Alright. R4 it is. Tragic. The funny thing is, this is not really an accurate estimation of, well, what is the highest skulls I could do this quest on with this build, with this character? It is almost certainly higher than R4. However, we've been at it for a while. We've been playing for a while. It is a little bit later in the evening. I have gotten careless. And with being careless comes extra deaths. So yeah. So we're going to go in on R4. We're going to hopefully respect it enough to do things like swap to Spell Absorb if there's a Famine Reaper. If we do manage to die and not get it on R4, I will simply call it for the evening. We have run later than expected because I was expecting, probably 2 attempts on this. And we are on, let's see, we died in 7, we died in 6, we died in 5, so this will be our 4th attempt at it, now that we're on R4. We are waiting here for things to reset. Actually, we don't need to do that. Take me to Gatekeeper's Grove. We don't have enough charges that I need resets on. It is interesting to me that I can bite Reapers. Because it's like, alright, it needs living and corporeal. Which, Reapers do meet that criteria. Because despite how they look, Reapers are not wraiths. They are not undead, despite the fact that they look undead, and they float around undead, and they have the same model as certain undead. Or, well, we'll say similar models. I don't think it's the same. But they are corporeal, and they are not undead. I still haven't quite figured out what is an incorporeal living creature. Because those are the 2 criteria for bite to heal you, is they have to be corporeal and they have to be living. So obviously, non-living things, undead, construct, etc., those are out. Corporeal, and so there are corporeal things that are not alive. Like, as I mentioned, constructs and things like that. There are things that are both incorporeal and not alive, like wraiths. Where am I going anyway? I'm running in circles. But I didn't think of anything that came to mind that was incorporeal but alive. And let's see. So of your general types, like every time I think incorporeal, I think of undead, like wraiths and things of that nature. But there's got to be something I'm missing on that. Like, what is it that is alive put incorporeal. Maybe I'll look it up at some point. It doesn't annoy me enough that it's really going to stick with me. And it might just be that the reason it had both is it has to be alive, reset, and corporeal. Like, the reason it's sticking for me is if the condition were just it has to be alive, I think that would already exclude the incorporeal stuff, because it excludes all the wraiths and stuff.
Trailing in from a few flanking windows. You have come here
So it's like, why the need to include that?
Where the key to the mythal is said to be hidden.
It's probably something similar to Reapers or something, where it seems one way, but it's actually not that way.
Stairwell hidden beneath the floor.
Or some sort of wraith that is technically alive despite not being corporeal. Okay, yeah, we'll just hit this stuff.
Beneath your feet. Your breath plumes around.
Alright, I need to switch my stuff around.
Further down the hall, you spot a group of arms. They slowly awaken at your presence.
Casting these spells. Bringing this back up because it got burned off of me.
Pearlescent orbs cast dangerous spells in the room before you.
I was like, wait, what are they immune? Why are they immune to my thing? It's like, oh, they're not immune to my thing. Alright, see? I got hit with a bunch of damage there, and I'm not exactly sure what it was, but it hurt a bunch. I got hit with a champion slow, but that's not that bad. These Spectral Guardians are a massive pain. Mostly because you only have the short DPS windows as they keep disappearing.
Leaving only thin walkways for you to step across.
So you go down. These two wisps go down. This one goes down. Then this one, oh, that one's already down. We need to get this one. There we go. Great success. I say, wait, did I never cast Featherfall, or did it get dispelled? Very odd. Oh, right, it's a short-term buff. Right, yes. I should move it over here. Because that's where I keep my short-term buffs. And now we once again get to do the puzzle. I'm sure, if you didn't know this puzzle before, you probably know it now. Despite the fact that I messed it up last time. We're going to ignore that part. But, you know, we got it this time. And that's the important part. Okay, this comes around here. Yeah, that's how that goes. Right, okay. The way I ended up doing it last time was pretty convoluted. But we got it in a smoother setup this time. So this goes, all right, no. This one needs one more. This one goes this way. Come on. There we go. Turn this around to not activate that. Okay. I think we're good to go. Probably. Okay. See how much easier that was this time? I don't think I got all of them. Yeah. Oh, wait, did I miss one? Oh.
With all the rooms
There we
lit, a passage opens in the side of the room.
Okay, this time we're not going to make the same mistake.
At the door ahead, unlocking.
He just walks up because he's a champ and deletes half my health. This time, we're going to open the door
Open the door into a
that we
chamber
failed to open
with
before.
shrines.
Okay. Now we're ready in case we die. Except for the fact that we haven't rested, so we don't have a charge on our Gibber's Blade. But, you know,
A
can't all be
spectre
winners.
guards this room, defending the lever on the back wall.
Now, one downside of being a blaster type block is that there is some animation lock to it, which has gotten me killed before. So, like, if you're in the middle of your cast sequence, like if you see with the chain shot, it's like,
Vanishes in a sputtering of
it's
flame.
a 3-motion animation. It's like bop, 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 bop. And the thing is, if you're holding down attack, what'll happen is, if you stop holding it down, like, I don't know, like, sometimes it feels like right after the second one has started, it's still going to go through the full animation to the third one, which will lock you out of casting other abilities, which has gotten me killed, or at least made things closer, for things like the give me temporary health ability. Because I hit it, like I'm hitting the button to cast it, but it's not going off because I'm still in the middle of my Eldritch Blast animation. Which is why I wish that the enhancement that made your Eldritch Blast enhancements attack faster, I wish that actually worked. Because apparently it just doesn't work,
When you enter the
like,
room.
at all.
On the back wall, you see a large
Like, it has never worked.
that matches the one on the door at the front.
So this is what I mentioned. I forgot to switch over my
Rise from their posts and attack.
my thing, and you can see that they are dying eventually, but the force damage is healing them, which is unfortunate, but you know,
Purple
what are you gonna
crystal
do?
lights up, emitting a soft glow in the darkness.
So off we go. 2 down, 2 to go. Unfortunately, we've been here multiple times before, and for some reason, the path to get this third crystal just really, really dislikes us. Alright, what do we have around the corner here? Famine Reaper. Alright, I wanted to snipe it before aggroing these, but I'll take the inverse as well. Did he just hit me with negative energy burst for 500 and heal me? You were healed by Famine Reaper's Necrotic Ray for 530 points. Now, I don't think it would have hurt me for that much because I have 100 negative healing amp, so it would have only hit me for like 250. But still, it's like, wait a second. So we're just gonna throw that down. Get some crowd control going, get some mists going, grab a soul. Off we go. Alright. Yes. Nice and clean and easy. See if we can't keep that up. It is a little bit harder if I mess up my facing. Now, that is something I wish they would change. And I know they talked about it at one point, how it's actually harder than it seems it would be to change. But how if you aren't facing correctly and you get like the error message like, oh, they're not in front of you, like that sort of thing, I'm fine with that. It's janky, but I get it. It's like, okay, so they weren't quite in front of you or weren't quite in the cone, so the spell doesn't go off. Okay, got it. I wish it were all or nothing. Like either they are in front of you and the spell goes off, or if you're going to give me an error message that's like invalid target, don't have it go off. Don't put it on cooldown. Now, the flip side of this is if it's like a cone-based thing, like the one that didn't go off just then was Eldritch Wave. It's like, why do you care if I have a target in the first place? It's a cone. Let me just miss. Don't have it just not go off.
Defending the lever on the back wall. When it sees you, it attacks.
Because like if the targeting is wrong and there's like it's looking at something behind me and the spell doesn't go off, the cone won't hit the other 5 guys in front of me. We can't fix mechanics, it's too hard, but we can sure nerf the bejesus out of classes. I know you're saying that, like, to be snarky, but unironically, that is undoubtedly 100% true. Like, fixing spaghetti code being harder than changing numbers for scaling, those are two very, very different tiers of difficulty. Like, it depends on the type of nerf, of course. If the type of nerf requires a mechanics change, well then that's different. But if it's just like, yeah, this thing is scaling with damage like double what it should, or it's like it's scaling 50% and we want it to only scale like 30%, like those are easy changes to make. Those aren't even programming changes. Those are just like change a number in a spreadsheet sort of changes. Also, that's a Famine Reaper, and okay, we're getting out of here. Like, I swear I saw a Demon Soul. Like, I don't want to stand in the middle of all this. We need to kite back and thin the crowd. But yeah, depending on the style of nerf, like, or buff for that matter, like, anything that's just changing the numbers on something for, like, how much an ability does, or if it scales, or things of that nature, those are way easier than actual mechanics changes. Which is not to say they shouldn't fix some mechanics. Like, there's some things that, like the one I mentioned, that I know it annoys me. It's like, either like, the way it does it is just unsatisfying in all cases. It's like, if you detect a problem with the targeting, then just don't cast the spell. Like, okay, that's fine. If you detect a thing, just don't cast the spell, it won't go off, the cooldown doesn't go off, everything's fine, everything's dandy. If you, like, don't detect the problem, like, if there's no targets, there's no targets, and you just shoot your spell at air, and that's fine. That's on you. You shot your spell at the air. Cool. That is also fine. That is like, yeah, this is a cone. If you want to cast it when there's nothing in front of you, great. You won't hit anything. Don't know why you'd do that, but you can. Has the ladder bug been discussed, them fixing mechanics? Which ladder
You
bug?
return to the front hall.
The one that gets me, or the one that comes to mind when you say ladder bug, is especially if you're on a ladder coming out of water and you get kind of like stuck at the transition period. Where like you're like coming out of the water but not, and then not, and so on and so forth. Like that's when I think a while back in one of the hardcore leagues, I think I saw Cozy Bean die to that. Like she drowned while stuck on a ladder. There's like a little bit of lag and like caught on the ladder and just eventually drowned. So I'm saying you had the ladder bug when jumping out of water just now when you're talking about the fixing mechanics. Oh yes. Yes. Sometimes the game chooses to demonstrate things to you in a very convenient fashion.
In this chamber blend into the rough caves.
But yes, alright, so you were talking about the specific one when coming out of water, which I was in the middle of having. Because the other thing I think that people say about ladders is stuff like hirelings and pets just kind of floating up them or things of that nature. Or like not going by them. Which is just like, whatever. Also, we're going to take the easy route on this one. So, most people, because most people are running at low enough difficulties or high difficulties with a group that can easily handle it, you just kill this guy. You don't need to.
Snores peacefully in the center of the room. You place
He's sleeping peacefully.
On the pedestal.
Let him live. We don't need to kill that guy. He's not even an optional. Like, you don't even get extra XP for killing him. It's just spite. And I'm not spiteful to animals. One thing that infuriates the hell out of me is when I'm on a shuriken or throw a repeater and your missile attacks literally just disappear into the ether. Yeah, that's rough. Like, it's one thing when they disappear into the ether, and that's one source of frustration. The other one that I'm thinking of for frustration on those is things like bats or crows or any like small flying thing that's just zipping around in front of and behind you. Which, if you're on a ranged build, can be a little rough to hit. But I'm fine with that. That's almost like a gameplay and like realism thing. It's like, really? It's hard for the ranged build to hit the small flying thing? Go figure. So, like, that's not one that bothers me from, like, oh, this is bugged, they should fix it angle. It is definitely kind of buggy, but I think the outcome of the bug in that case is more tolerable. It's like, was this the intent that the way that the ranged mechanic works with how hit detection works makes this behave this way? Probably not. But I think the outcome is just like, yeah, okay, checks out. Which is also a fun thing about, I will say game design in general, but just like how game mechanics and all work. How sometimes, well, it wasn't supposed to work that way, but we're gonna keep it working that way because it's cooler than what we originally thought of. It's like, well, it wasn't the plan, but it wasn't our plan, but it is a good plan, so we're gonna stick with it.
You open the door, revealing a room. A pedestal stands before the entrance.
Oh. So yeah, with the exception of things like
Place the icon of the humans on the pedestal. Notice its eyes flash.
What was I gonna say? With things like Famine Reapers, it looks like I can pretty easily just disrespect R4. Or not just Famine Reapers. Casters in general are like just way harder to deal with on this build. Maybe because we have less magic resistance. Still on R6? No, we died on R6. And then we died on R5. So we're down to R4. R5 was going smoothly until I ate a polar ray for 500 to the face. And I also
A pedestal stands on a platform.
I hadn't opened the door in front of the shrines, so it's like, it's okay, we'll gibbers, and then we'll go to the shrines, and then I got close to the shrines, and I ran over there as a ghost, and I hadn't opened the door in front of the shrines, so I couldn't get to them as a ghost, which was unfortunate. So, yeah, Get Good is actually a solution in this case, because I saw the Family Reaper, like, it didn't jump out of nowhere. I saw it, I pulled it. I just did not properly prep for a,
The other straight ahead.
didn't properly prep for what? I didn't properly prep for it. I didn't swap to, Spell Absorb. I didn't, like, do, the kiting strafing thing you can use to dodge those sorts of things. Like, there are ways to play around that sort of thing. I failed to do them, and I died for it.
You sense a faint drift of power. This be the key, doesn't it? Something happens when you touch the
Okay.
The room shakes. The statues against the walls rumble. And will move. Stone.
You'll note that this thing is shooting force at me, but not landing it that much, because we are strafing.
Their unseen voices turn toward you, ready to strike.
Also, time for a touch range attack. Touch attack!
The statues break apart. Once again, just mounds of stone. Suddenly, a group of uniformed
Crushing Dread.
strangers appears before you.
Target enemy at touch range. I touched that guy!
Just as I
Over there!
anticipated. I knew that following you into this tomb would lead us straight to the
Did
key
you
to
see the bait
Myth.
thread on the forum called Enough is Enough, Stop Bringing High Attack Speed Builds into Raids? I did not. I will admit,
You
I don't
reckless
generally
mortals
hang
fell
out on the
straight into
forums.
their trap.
Last time I was active on the forums was when I hosted the speed run for the Crucible.
You saved us the
And
trouble of
I will say I
visiting
was
us.
incredibly impressed by the results. I think the winner was just over 8 minutes. You might think, oh, well, yeah, you bring your Uber completionist in and you just, like, blaze through it. But no. I set the conditions of this speedrun thing.
I
You get an iconic, whatever iconic you want, whatever split you want. You use the iconic's starting gear. First life iconic with the starting gear that it gives you. Run the Crucible on Elite. Go. And based on the results, with a little more optimization, people could probably get it under 8 minutes. But it was nice to see, because I don't think the winner posted a video, but I think second place posted a video of, like, I think it was 8.5 or 9 minutes soloing the Crucible with no past lives, just garbage gear, a hireling. Should have said first life iconic builds only. I did.
For now, you must return to
They still got it in that amount of time.
You must find a way to
First life
thwart
iconic
this
builds
This city will
with
not
the starting
fall
gear
yet again. You will make sure of
on
that.
Elite. No, like I shopped around the rules a little bit beforehand, like they're like on Axel's server and whatnot. Just like, hey, I'm thinking of hosting this. Like, here's a thing. Like, here's a rule set I'm thinking of. Like, I posted it for feedback. I was aware of the that people might try to loophole it, but I did allow for any consumable that you can grab with plat. Because I wasn't going to say, like, oh, you can't use shield wands. It's like, if you can, or no, not any you can buy with plat, like, basically anything you can grab in the marketplace. Which I did see some people use the spell power pots that you can grab. It's only like 10 or 20 spell power, but, you know, why not? There weren't that many participants. I think there were only 7 times entered, and some of those were repeats because, like, the first person posted a time and then someone beat it, and then the first person was like, all right, I'll post a new one that's faster. But my favorite one my favorite entry, which was not the fastest time, but it was my favorite because of timing. I set the deadline for... I forget which month I did this in. It was either... I think it was June or July. But basically, I set it for, like, okay, you have until the end of July. So, you know, submissions closed, you know, midnight, August 1st. There was a submission at 11:59, July 31st. It was just like literally last minute. Let's see. Monk builds were very popular because, again, any speedrunning thing is... move speed is very important. There were blight casters. There were... let me see if I can find this. Okay, where is my thread? I'm gonna post it here. Hello, Float. Welcome. Okay. So, let's see. Okay, so... Alright, actually I think I updated the first part of it. So, let me post this. Wait, are there not... No, like, you are allowed to multi-class. It just has to be the iconic. And the problem is, you know, if you start as an iconic and then you use a completely different class, well, you're still going to get the starting gear for that iconic. So it has to kind of match a little bit-ish. Like, if you start as some sort of melee... Trailblazer Monk and raise the Clark Shifter Bomb. So let's see. The winner was 12 Monk, 3 Sacred Fist, who was 9 seconds faster than 12 Dragon Disciple, 1 Wizard, and 2 DR? Here, I'm going to post this here. So, this is the link to the forum post. This was back in... Yeah, okay, so it was... I posted it in June, had to get your entry in before July. So yeah, there were 5 entries. But yeah, Monk was very popular, Blightcaster was there, but the winning time was 8 minutes and 34 seconds. Which is incredibly impressive for First Life Iconic with the starting gear on Elite. Also, I messed up my title because I thought that codes were like gift cards that you could just buy in the store and then send to people. That is not the case. Codes only exist for if SSG hands them out. So I ended up getting him we negotiated like, hey, I've got a lot of points because I'm VIP. What can I buy you in the store and give to you? And I believe I ended up giving him some cosmetic pets he had been looking to collect. So yeah, you can look at it, the thread. There was some feedback on how this was a bad choice, like my rule set was a bad choice because of the RNG inherent in some parts of the Crucible. I can see why they had that opinion. I don't agree. I chose the Crucible specifically because most other quests, it just comes down to who has the fastest run speed to run down the corridor from one end of the quest to the other. Crucible, I thought, would provide slightly more interesting build considerations. Where it's like, okay, I need a build that can get through this part, and that can get through this part. Like, I need to be able to do the swim. I need to be able to get past the Trial of Instinct without just full RNGing it. Just like all those sorts of considerations I thought would make it more interesting. Which is funny because it means you end up with people all dropping wisdom as low as possible to get the test of instinct to guaranteed, or maybe 50-50. All of my test runs, I got it guaranteed. But apparently, it's not guaranteed. You don't know enough about the game to critique stuff like this? I mean, you don't need to critique it. You can just enjoy it. Like, I wasn't going to critique a whole lot either. I put up a gear set, or not a gear set, a rule set, and some people participated in it, seemed to have a good time. I found it interesting. I found it interesting to see how people did things. I believe on that thread, the one who, Obligato with 9.5 minutes is the one who posted a full video. I just hate that it almost requires a pet or hireling to pull those levers in the maze. It does. That is one reason why I was like, if you can just buy it from the vendors in town, you can have it, which is how they, bring your pets, which is another, like, weird trick. Key to the Mythal would be a good one, too. That's the one I just did, isn't it? With, like, the 4 levers. Times Long Past is, The problem with Times Long Past is getting lost. There's no mechanic there, I guess. It's just, like, once you know the route, it's how fast can you run in a line. There aren't, I think, build considerations, which is why I chose Crucible, because there are problems to be solved on the build part and on the execution part, if that makes sense. So it's just like, it's not just like you get a good build and then you just like WM1 your way through the quest. And it's not just, oh, I can take in anything and I'll be able to do it just because I, the player, have the skill for it. I wanted the contest to have both present. Like, you need to design your build and then pilot your build in order to succeed. And people passed with flying colors. They all did way better than I did. I spent like 2 streams going through like just going through all of the iconics and like picking one each and then going. Like, one key component was you need, or you at least very much want, access to some form of freedom of movement. Because if you don't have freedom of movement, you can get hit by a sleet storm on top of the maze and you're just screwed. So like, that's a consideration. Because again, you're working with starting gear. You don't have a flask of freedom of movement. You don't have your Flightfoot Greaves or whatnot. So like, that's a major consideration there as well. Another one of the RNG aspects of it is on top of the maze, like, do you get, when you have to turn the puzzle wheels, do you get 0, 1, 2, or do you get 3, 4, 5? So, like, that's a bit of RNG, but again, the funny thing here is that if you look at the submissions, it was just like 12 minutes, 11 minutes, 9 minutes, 8 minutes. It's just like, it's almost exactly 1 minute increments until you get down sub 9 minutes, and then they get closer. But yeah, we are going to look for someone to raid into, as it is very, very late for me. Someone to raid into, as it is very, very late for me. Stop that. I don't want to hear myself talk right now and give everyone an echo. I don't want to hear myself. There we go. As I say, I clicked on it expecting it to stop, but it did not stop. Who is on? Who is on? Well, let's see. Who is on and has not been on for super long? The Ostrakier has already been live for 7 hours, so let's not raid into that. Biopic, if you don't get back with your log, have a good night. Yes, thank you. You too as well. So let's see. They've already been on for 7 hours. They've been on for 3.5. Who else we got? Let us see. This is the problem. Because I'm not usually awake at this time of night, I don't know the people streaming. I guess we'll just toss y'all at Jack Dragon. He's on Moonsea. He hasn't been live for too long. So we're going to toss you all over there. If you're on the YouTube side of things, I can't do this sort of thing on YouTube. YouTube's so big that their bar that you need to hit before you get access to any of their advanced features is very, very high. I can't control anything about the mod, the ads. I can't control anything really at all there. And I don't even know if they have raids or not. So we're going to raid into Jack Dragon, who is on Moonsea. So hopefully y'all enjoy that. Thank you all for... And this is where we do our weird stuff that is always awkward, but people do because it somehow works or / is important or not. So thanks for everyone for stopping by and hanging out. The weird, awkward part is, of course, the call to action stuff where I not so subtly hint at, and by not so subtly hint at, I mean state outright that there are buttons on the screen that do things like liking and following and all that sort of stuff. You have been on the internet long enough. You know what they do. I know what they do. If you want them to do the things that they do, please feel free to click them. If not, no big deal. I appreciate your supporting just by being here and existing. Whether you came here directly, whether you came here as part of a raid, either Luna Rosa's raid, or a while ago. If you're still here from Axel's raid, you've been here a while. But thanks for everyone who stopped by, who hung out, who chatted, who lurked, who did all of those things. I appreciate all of it. As always, we are doing DDO on Thursdays. Our next stream will be tomorrow. We will be on Fury, which is it's kind of like a twin stick shooter action boss rush thing. It is one of those games that says, hi, I am a difficult game. You're going to suffer, but it will be fulfilling when you win. And that's what happened last time we played it. Based on time to beat, in theory, I will finish it tomorrow, assuming that I can get good. So that's what we'll be doing tomorrow. On Tuesday, we will probably be back on Warframe, as has been our tradition the last couple months. And then, of course, we'll be back on DDO next Thursday. If you want to get notified about schedules and whatnot, there is a Discord, which should have been posted here at some point by a bot. But I will post it again. So, I post schedules, I post going live announcements if you don't trust the follow / subscribe / everything buttons there. Also, Asmandius, you apparently did come in with Alex, and you are still here, and I appreciate that. So yes, so that is the Discord. Join if you would like, but again, no pressure. I appreciate you all for being here, but it is late. It is time to say goodnight. So we are going to do that. We're going to raid out to Jack Dragon in about 10 seconds. So once again, I thank you all for being here, for rooting for me and or lurking and just hoping that I suffer and die. As is often the case when you're doing difficult stuff, sometimes the suffering is part of the fun. So once again, thank you for all of that, and good night.